close my eyes. Every time I close my time I close my eyes.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome. It is time now for the final day of the PUBG America series, where we punch the ticket for $25,000 and a pass to PGC for 5 teams. My name is Thomas, joined by Porosaurus, Matchum, and Mustache Dave, as we break down the action for what is gonna be an awesome day of play. Gentlemen, I'm going to power through the opening here so we can just get to breaking down what to expect today. Reminder, we played through opens to get to this point. 16 teams from the Americas, 16 teams from Latin America battled to get the top 8 from each side here for this weekend of play. 5 games a day, 3 days to play. Let's look at how we're scoring those points. It's a simple system. We've been doing it for a while now. It's called Super because it's super easy for you to wrap your head around. 10 points for first place, 1 point for 8th, 0 for everything below that, and 1 point per kill. But with only 15 games to play, every single match matters, as we've seen so far. What are they playing for? Besides PGC points, we'll get to that in a second, they're playing for cash. $25,000 for first place is a very nice payday. $1,000 for last, and it's pretty close beyond that. But those teams looking at that 8th place, and so they got to work hard, because more money, the higher you rise. Now, let's get everyone back in here and talk about what I think matters the most, both to us, but also to the players. Everyone I've ever spoken to says the same thing. Toppies, it's all about PGC. Let's get into it. I'm going to show you the values here. If you win, you go to PGC. Golden ticket, no questions asked. Second, 270, 3, 220. That is a massive come up over previous events. Talk to me, Poro, about how that affects the run and what it looks like right now.
Well, it's already affected the run a little bit. Legacy came into yesterday in that first place with the top spot secured, but has dropped off since. And they came in with only 90 points total, as you can see. So they need as many points as they can get. They cannot afford to fall any further down the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Falcons Shoot to Kill has not been the best tournament for them so far. They are going to be scrapping for that final PGC spot here today.
Absolutely. I mean, Legacy's got to be happy that Third Eye is not in here. Let's take a look at the overall standings, because it looks like they've slid off that golden ticket just a little bit, Dave, as they're in that 106. They'd love to be in first instead.
Yes, sir. Legacy slide in just a little bit, and I think due to the fact that day 2 was just a massive day for Luminosity and Friendly Fire. I mean, we're talking about teams winning chickens. We're talking about teams getting the kills and just outshining the rest of the lobby. You have to talk about Luminosity and Friendly Fire there, Toffees.
Well, I am a man who delivers when you request it, Dave. So let's talk about Friendly Fire and Luminosity. I'll stick with you on this one. You said they had a dominant day. Tell me more about
Yes, sir. Listen, winning. All right, that's it. They've just been winning. But in all seriousness, talking to Mime here today before the games, Mime, I think, really a standout player in my opinion here in this weekend and during the playoffs as well. But he's feeling really good, really confident. And he feels like, and this is what he told me, his job here is to really bring that confidence back on the team. And looking from the outside in, I gotta say, it looks like he's doing just that because Luminosity, a well-oiled machine here, fellas.
But matchups, Friendly Fire has also been really strong yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that is just on a complete come up. They've figured out what they've been kind of wishy-washy at times in the past, but now they finally ride it in. Specifically inside this meta, we've seen them have a lot of success in navigating specifically things like emergency pickups. They making constant modifications moving forward. And on top of that, their fragging power has also stepped up quite significantly. They used to just have to rely on these massive big games to get them into like the thick of it and to try to qualify for PGS2. Now it's a lot more of a consistent form and factor, just nipping on the heels of Luminosity, who we talk about has such phenomenal fragging power and so much of a consistent basis of their own. It's just an absolute ridiculous thing to watch.
It is, and this is like, we got the player focus here. Snakers has been shining. His coach says Mime has been in his ear building the hype, and that's why he's performing so well. On the opposite side, Paige, you brought it up. Friendly Fire said, we need fragging power, and they went out and found a PGC veteran, someone who had been in second. He played for Heroic. This man knows how to slay, and he's been doing it for Friendly Fire, so it's been very, very cool to see. Now, that's the top. We talked about the top. I'm going to come to you, Poro, because you are my expert when it comes to talking about what was maybe a little bit ugly yesterday.
What are you trying to say, Tommy? I don't understand.
You're my expert on ugly. What do you want from me?
Let's talk about STK and Falcons. Again, two teams that needed to perform, that needed to have a solid performance to make sure that they ensured their spot into PGC. They came in pretty confident, but I mean, look at what Shoot to Kill did at the regional qualifier, and it's like looking at a completely different team here in the final, which we were kind of concerned might happen. Consistency has always kind of been an issue for Shoot to Kill, but they did show signs of life yesterday. They finally started winning some straight up 4v4s. The final game of the day, they managed to get second place with a nice little stack of kills, so they're right back in the thick of things. They have a shot at it. They just need to be able to put 5 good games together here today if they want to maintain hope at making another global championship. Meanwhile, on the other side of that coin, it's Falcons. They're basically subsisting right now off of that one win where they got like 12 kills, 20 something points to put them up there. Other than that, it's been pretty pedestrian for Falcons, and not something that we really expected to see from this team that's just filled with fraggers.
These are two squads that are so strong, and we know their capabilities previously. It almost feels like they're a little bit lost in this present meta. We've seen SDK do a lot of that edge fighting style that was heavily beneficial for them in the past, but now I can't even think of times whenever we've seen either one of these squads pull off a really successful, let's say, emergency pickup, right? And really reposition themselves into a stronger position. Instead, they're leaning on what kind of got them there in the past, and I kind of want to see them evolve to that next stage because I don't know if we've seen that yet.
Yeah, I can dig that. I can dig that. And I will say, you could mention that they were a little bit lost in the sauce, those two teams. I think there's another team that had a bit of a slide yesterday, so I got to go to the sauce boss himself to talk about a team that gave up some space. Who is it, Mustache Dave?
Legacy, man. It has to be a Legacy. That's the team I'm going to be looking at here, chatting with VHZ. They're feeling really good, but the dude told me himself the team is a real momentum-heavy base squad, and what that means is they need a couple confidence booster plays, in my opinion. And we saw that day one, and because of that, they racked up major points, 68 total points that day, day number one. Shifting over to day number two, they cut that in half, basically 38 total points. So I'm hoping day 3, Toffees, they crank that dial to maximum, all right? Because Legacy, I want to see you get that golden ticket. I want to see you go to PGC here.
Yeah. But you know what? What is it for? What do you got?
No, it's just
Crank it up, Poro. Crank it up, man.
Crank it up.
We're cranking it up.
LFP was an absolute monster
Yes.
yesterday, and I'm wondering if he could put another performance like that together again, because Gizero, we always know, is great. He just needs to have that shotgun rider with him that's going to pick up points as well to kind of, and LFP has been filling that role, or at least did yesterday. So hopefully today they'll have somebody that does it as well, and they can get to the late game, maybe find some wins and make sure that they hold on to that spot, man, because they can't afford to slip.
Well, let's pivot to some players who picked up points yesterday. There was a lot of P's in that sentence. These are the top performers who functionally performed particularly well yesterday. This is Snakers, LFP, Gazera, Page, Relo. Matt, is there any surprises, or are these 5 players that you expect to be in the lead?
LFP was kind of a bit more of a surprise. We know the fact that this is a guy that's got a lot of skill back behind him, but it's just like Poro was talking about. This is a guy that's really grown into his own and is really evolving quite quickly. VHZ in and of himself also had a great day during the qualifiers moving into this one and on the first day as well. So this entire squad is just getting to a point where I'm curious to see which 2 are going to be there at the end, because I feel like it is going to be 2 of them in our top 5.
Well, I'm curious to see which casters are going to be there in the end. I want to look at our lineups and how well they're doing. This is where Poro gets his chance to gloat, because yet again, first place still. It's killing me, man.
Again, no changes came through. It didn't even change captain, sticking with Rello. I think Gizera obviously is doing numbers right now. Kickstart, I think, could do a little bit better. But I do think he is going to, so I'm not changing anything.
All right, let's go to the next page and see what we got there. All right, Matchroom, it's been a bit of a struggle. What's the play today?
Dude, I was in second place. I slid down this leaderboard faster than STK did. I learned my lesson. I'm going to make my captain Snakers and go with some LG. I had it before VHZ, but it didn't necessarily work out too well for him yesterday.
Slid down the leaderboards faster than STK. That may be my burn of the day. I'm giving it to you already. Well done. All right, let's take a pivot. Let's go chat with some players. Now, I heard Mustache Dave got to sit down with the real Chad, the only Chad that matters in PUBG. Let's go now for some chat and chicken.
What's up, everybody? Chatting Chicken with Dave. I got Chad from those guys, the tax man, coming to collect that chicken here today. Chad from those guys, man. I recall the other day sitting in during some scrims, listening to the comms, and the team is a real high energy based team, in my opinion, at least what I gathered. I got to know, what is the energy like here on day number 3?
Yeah, after our first 2 days, we were a little down, but coming into day 3, it's all high spirits and ready to get out there and hopefully win a chicken dinner.
Coming to collect, man. Chad the tax man.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to make that like the thing out here. So another cool like aspect from the team, in my opinion, you guys have interesting drop spots and rotations compared to other teams in the lobby. So if you don't mind kind of talking me through the mindset on why you guys drop so far on the edges here.
Right. So I think we really wanted to try to avoid hot drops and get the most out of the games in the grand finals. We learned it's not working the best. So I think going into the next tournament, we're going to try to stick to like our regional playoff drops and then just learn from there.
Okay. And then just kind of piggybacking on the topic of drops and rotations, Chad, I got to know, man. Okay, I got a clip. Let's roll the clip, and I need to know what was going on in this clip, man. So roll the clip.
All right.
That was close, but
Well, one
anyway,
didn't. Chad.
Oh wow, they left one behind. And then they even docked the boat. What was Chad doing?
I am extremely confused by this. They had the boat. They were in the water. They were sending it over. They send it back, beach the boat, and Chad spends too long looking for meds or looting or doing something.
Oh, God,
and
I
he
just
gets
realized.
left behind.
ZV, the upper left of your screen, they're still in the blue as well. They're coming all the way from Severny.
Oh no!
I mean, on one hand, I think it's a good play to try and avoid all of the chaos that's been happening around Novo, but then look at where the circle is continuing to favor. It is now.
So I kind of need the play-by-play, man, because honestly, though, like I recall that game, you ended up becoming in the best position, moving down the road somehow. I don't even know how you managed.
Yeah,
but here, the floor is yours.
So we originally wanted to take the ferry just so we could keep cars. But obviously, when we got there, the ferry wasn't there. The boat was there. So we're like, all right, we'll just take the boat. And then, we're driving away in the boat and the ferry's like pulling back up. So we're like, no, go back to the ferry. And Flax got the one car and like it kind of got lost in the comms where the other car was. So I was trying to find it and then I couldn't. So then I was like, oh, I'll just go back to the boat. But then the boat was beached because we beached it. And then I found the car eventually, and I kind of just played like our like a insurance policy, I guess. But I actually found the middle of the zone, so it kind of worked.
My dude actually had like the best position I remember, and I think you survived the longest that game. But kind of real quick, just to follow up with that, the indecision. I feel like the back and forth with the comms, not knowing what the right call is. Do you feel like that's kind of been affecting the team here in the last 2 days?
No, not really. I think that was like the worst like mix up we've had in a long time. With it's just like, oh, the boat or the car is in the warehouse, and like, oh, I can't find the car in the warehouse. It's behind the shack, behind the warehouse, and just it was a silly mistake. It happens, but we made the most of it. So.
It happens, man. It happens. And I'm rooting for you and the team here today. So final thoughts. Let's see. Chad, what do you got to say to your fans that you're building out there? Those guys, fans out there. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone that's been supporting us in Twitch chat. It's fun to see all the supporters when it comes through. It's been fun throughout the opens and regional playoffs and this grand final. So hopefully we can go out with a chicken dinner or two today and have some fun.
You heard it here, ladies. Chad, the tax man, coming to collect that chicken. All right. Well, best of luck to you and the squad on the battlefield. That's going to be those guys. Back to the boys on the desk.
Thanks, guys.
Nice.
Those guys, man, I'm looking for them to show up here today. I had a chance to kind of sit in on some comms, and I got to tell you, all four of them, really high energy, really nice dudes. Chad, my accountant, actually, so shout out to him next tax season. But I'm looking forward to them to kind of performing here and just doing their best so that they can end day 3 and the weekend as a whole on a high note here, fellas.
There are 3 things in life that are guaranteed: death, taxes, and that the guy who tells you where he parked the car is not being exactly accurate when he gives you that location. And Chad found that out yesterday. In fact, I love the little sigh, like that little, yeah. He's like, I knew you were going to ask. All right, so that was beautiful. I expect some fun things from those guys. They're playing for pride. They're playing for cash, so they could make some big moves today instead of sort of trying to rack up too much in the way of PGC. I want to go back one more time, look at the maps, remind you guys of what we're playing. Miramar, Vikendi, Tego, and then double Erangel, which Poro, I think might be good news for STK, maybe?
We'll see, man. The Erangel hadn't been good news for many teams. LG, I guess. They've won 2 matches on there, on both of those milli-base circles. But yeah, the fact that we've had 3 games in 2 milli-base circles is kind of crazy for Erangel. I don't expect we'll see that today, or at least maybe we just hope that we don't see it today. But either way, having the final 2 games be on Erangel should hopefully help somebody. I mean, the map switches have been brutal for some of these teams, it feels like.
Well, I mean, STK is a team that we often talk about does their research well. And if anything, I'm not trying to like bash on them or anything else like that, but they should have a plethora of resources to look back and go, okay, this didn't work, so this is what we need to do to fix it. So I'm hoping that we see them right that ship, because again, this is a very smart squad, and I hope that they manage to figure out what was wrong.
We're about to find out if they do. Game 1 of the final 5 before we stamp our ticket to PGC is about to start now. Let's head over to the dynamic casting duo of Godspeed and the Cammy D.
About to head into Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, on our first map of today. Yes, I am Cameron. That is Godspeed next to me. We're going to be taking you through the first 3 maps, Miramar, Vikendi, and Tego. And I mean, we've had a couple of sample sizes of these new maps going so far. So hopefully these teams are a lot more comfortable than they were in the very beginning. But as we've talked about this entire weekend, Godspeed, it's still a learning process, I think, for the past couple of months and maybe 1 or 2 more going forward of like really getting used to this new reality of multiple maps, all with their own unique features.
Yeah, constantly switching maps can definitely be difficult, especially if you're an IGL. You know, everyone's kind of relying on you. Not to say that a lot of the players on the teams aren't also doing their research and homework and playing more, but I think those guys is a perfect symptom of just trying to get things going as well, right? We've talked about so much how good that team is in their macro and making sure that they're always in a good spot in the circle. They generally do make it, you know, to phase 5 and phase 6 pretty consistently. But what we've noticed here that's been kind of their biggest issue is just the fact that they are now starting to struggle. We're starting to see the issues in team fights, right? They're not able to keep up with some of these top teams like Sonics, like LG, you know, like Legacy, who has just been on an absolute tear. And that's going to come with experience. So there's nothing wrong with that. I think if that team can stay together, those guys are actually poised to really start to make an impact in the future. And I really do like what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the future of America is looking bright, as they say. But let's stick on Legacy for a brief moment, though, because of all the teams that were in sort of the race for PGC coming into this event, they were kind of at the bottom of that list, just looking at PGC points overall. But they have been absolutely fragging out of their mind. And reminder, this is the team that benched Sparking, which is one of the greatest players, greatest young prospects from Brazil in the past couple of years. And so when you see that, you're wondering, okay, what's up? What's going on? How are they going to perform? And yet they have 70 kills, 36 placement points, which is lagging a little bit behind Luminosity and Friendly Fire. They're up there in second place. And if they're even if they just drop a couple of percentage points with their performance these last 5 games, they're going to go to PGC.
And I think a big symptom of that as well is just the fact that RBN, LFP, and VHC have all stepped up to play, right? We talk about Gizera and how talented he is. We saw kind of his introduction to the scene in PCS last year, and he has not stepped off the gas at all. In fact, he's been improving, but the rest of his team have really come to the plate, and they've been able to absolutely not only support him, but also put up some disgusting numbers of their own. LFP has been my MVP so far for this event, and that was a headshot immediately coming out from Capitan. No secondary follow-up though, so one of the aliens will make it out of the sky alive. But yeah, Legacy just playing out of their minds.
Yeah, both Falcons and Aliens trying to go for the north. This plane path was a bit on the south side, west to east, and this first circle, a lot of water. There is the slight possibility of an eastern island circle, assuming we get a hard southeast shift on phase 2 and 3, but considering the circle needs to center up on land, I don't know, it might not even be possible at all, but still, regardless, a lot of water in play. Outside of the teams that are already in the zone, like Elevate, like Zvire, and maybe even those guys who are on the south edge, it's going to be a little more difficult this time around for teams to make their way into Circle 1.
Yeah, 2 big things about the circle as well. First and foremost, we always talk about it going to the islands, right? We're kind of those purveyors of chaos. We hope that it does. Having actually played one of these in tournament before, it was a complete wash game for us. Sometimes you just have to throw those away. I remember Los's voice vividly saying, he's like, okay, it's done. Let's try to get points. You know, that was about, you know, what the reaction is. But I mean, the other problem with the circle is just as you said, the amount of water in this circle is very vast. It cuts off a lot of space, especially when we talk about the East Coast. Even though there's a lot of hills, a lot of different ridges to play around, it makes it difficult and not conducive to rotating in vehicles, which obviously a lot of these teams outside of the circle will need to do, and that could cause bottlenecks, especially in the south side of the circle.
Man, see, Santa down to 1 HP because of the shots from Capitan, not using his bandages. Like, oh man, they got super close to driving into those cement little barricades. I'm just oh man, it could have easily knocked himself by landing too hard in the next building. But Aliens getting looted up in San Martin. Falcons to the north of them. Sandstorm's gonna be coming on through around El Poser area. Not really gonna have too much of an effect. We did see the Sandstorm knock a player. I believe it was from Just Too Easy, but of course they were in the middle of a fight against STK yesterday. But it can happen. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the damage is not that high. It's definitely not as high as the Storm on Vikendi when you're in the center. But yeah, I mean, if you're in a fight, you know, you're already in blue. That's the other factor. If you're fighting the blue and that Sandstorm is kind of rolling through, then it becomes a much more difficult situation to fight in. That being said, Just Too Easy, I mean, they've had a myriad of other problems aside from just the Sandstorm knocking a member. But I also want to talk about a team that's dead center in the circle, even though we're watching Legacy right here, and that's going to be Elevate. Elevate has just really struggled to get anything going. We thought we saw some signs of life for them, right? Especially in the game yesterday where they were pushing up behind Sonics. I believe it was on Tego, and they got a little cheeky knock. I thought they were going to push through, but even then they weren't able to capitalize on that. So when you look at this roster, obviously Shinboy, Punich, so much experience together, as well as Vegas. You know, we've been talking about this kid for years.
Yeah.
I've expected more, and we just haven't gotten it from them.
Yeah, I don't know what it even is at this point with them, because they're good players. We used to consider them young players, but they've been in the scene long enough that at this, well, no, and they're still young in the, you know, and age-wise, but in terms of esports age, not so much anymore. They've been playing for long enough that at this point, you'd think that they would have like hit that next level. And I think Vegas was really close to doing so when he was performing on SDK, but it's sometimes gonna be really hard to reset, rebuild up that level of chemistry. And, you know, I mean, you know better than anyone else here, right? That if things aren't going right in PUBG, because chemistry is so important, it's really hard to diagnose what the issue could be.
Sure. I mean, it could be a multitude of things. It could be comms. It could be, you know, personalities clashing.
Yeah.
It could just be the play style of the team. And the other thing is, like, you know, Vegas has had a lot of experience on many different teams. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it can also hurt you, right? Because you're trying to adapt to so many different players. You're cycling over the years that you really kind of get lost in that sauce, and you don't even get to kind of build your own play style, so to speak. And so that could also be an issue. Who knows? Either way, Elevate, the potential to be a very strong team, struggling here now, and we'll see if they can, I mean, get anything going, maybe have a Hail Mary play, maybe get like a 70, 80 point day. It's definitely possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, with the struggles of, what was it, Third Eye not qualifying, and then SDK, who were looking shaky, and then the regional playoffs, oh wait, they're back, and then now looking shaky. And, like, Elevate, there was a window for Elevate, I think, to have a strong showing here, but it turns out that it's actually Legacy that was taking that spot. But either way, we still have 5 more games today. This could be the time that Elevate turn it around, especially with their central position here on the south. Coming in through Puerto Verdeso is going to be Firefly, swinging up from the south side behind Inco into a storm that's just going out to the coast. So it's not a factor anymore. But Mercy,
not at all.
What are they camping?
Mercy has actually done this a bunch of times in different games on different maps as well. They like to set up these rotation traps, and for the most part, they've actually gotten some success. So I do like this. We haven't seen this from too many teams. We used to see it a lot, especially on Arango with the bridge camping, right? But yeah, it's been fun. It's been really fun to watch Mercy kind of set these up, find success, damage the teams around them, and then start to take control of their edge. So Mercy has been a big surprise for me as far as how they've been performing. It's been a pleasant surprise. Speaking of pleasant surprises, this isn't one. LFP is going to get a trade on Santa, 1 down in the flush. Legacy is down 1.
You thought that Santa brought a gift with Haven giving a knockout to LFP, but it's not going to allow the kill to be finished there. Going to get the trade, get the revive, and Legacy go down 1 really, really early. They have a bit of a split, but it seems that they either weren't in position or the split itself just wasn't particularly reinforced. LFB, I guess, trying to go for a sneaky little catch of surprise, but right here in the blink of an eye, how did that even happen? Firefly are eliminated. I didn't even notice it in the kill feed until now.
I didn't either. They just destroyed Firefly. And they didn't even lose one. It was just a knock for RDS.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills, 2 of the 4 kills for BL. This man has been playing very, very well. Inco, under the radar, 4th place now. And, you know, it's a big gap between them and 3rd, which is where most of the attention has been, Legacy, Luminosity, and Friendly Fire. But Inco are a team that I don't think a lot of people really put a lot of stock into coming into this one. And we'll see if they can't make anything on this final day, if they can't really try and challenge for, I don't know if the #1 seed is really even possible. And I think PGC points are too low to even be a bubble team. But still, what a surprising team to keep our eyes on going forward in 2024 at the very least.
I agree. I can honestly say I wasn't really looking at that squad either to make big waves, but I mean, looking at their first 2 days, you know, multiple 7th place, 6th place, 6th place, 8th place, they're still managing to get at least 3, 4, 5 kills. I mean, their worst place was actually a 15th with 0, but they've been pretty consistent otherwise. They even won the last game yesterday, you know, with 6 kills. So Inco definitely on my radar now if they weren't before. And the awkward thing about that fight, by the way, when we were talking about Aliens and Legacy, is that I think Legacy wasn't prepared for that because it was just outside. It was so far outside the circle. There was really no reason for Aliens to stop there. But I guess they saw something and they were able to get that kill. And Inco now has a lot of room to work with, Cammy.
Yeah, there is still Mercy coming up from behind them. So hopefully Inco don't think that after that 1 team wipe, their extremities are all clear, because you never really know where teams going to be rotating. And again, Southern Plane Path,
especially in this part of the map. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair to, consider that there's likely going to be at least one other team coming up from behind you, but they're pushing forward. They're sending out a couple of scouts. Yakuza's going forward immediately right now to get even more space on the hills outside of Impala. We have a couple more moments before the circle closes, and Legacy want to get some revenge onto Aliens, but some good shots once again from Santa push VHZ away.
Legacy here going to be on the north side. Yeah, still trailing Lianageras. And they're going to find themselves just to the north of this very wide split, this 1-1-1-1 split from Friendly Fire. It's the most iconic thing ever. As Sonic's now putting up an emergency airdrop right when the circle shifts. And that's something that we've seen Sonics and a few other teams do that I really like. That adaptation is, instead of, what you had to do before was you'd get in your vehicles and get ready to drive as soon as the circle posted.
Yeah.
Now you can just use an emergency airdrop. If you get a position like in this circle where there's still a lot of water in, you can just pick up, go to the center. You're not really going to need that much, vehicle rotations because of, again, the lack of amount of land in there. So great from Sonics.
Yeah, and especially because there was always the chance, however small as it was, of this going to the Miramar Islands.
Sure.
Having an E pickup immediately there, probably the best idea, because whoever gets there first has the highest chance of winning the game on those islands especially. But we'll see where Sonics go with this E pickup. The cover of the Sandstorm, despite it doing a little bit of damage to them, could actually have been useful. Of course, they're out of it right now, and now they're going to be floating ducks as they pull their shoots. Where are they aiming for? It looks to be
could be a
warehouses north of Impala. Yeah, actually, no, it's
the ridges. Yep. And this is what they did on Miramar before in the first day, actually. I wonder if they have a second emergency pickup. They did leave Tig behind, though. So Tig is actually going to be rotating in a vehicle. Meanwhile, as we move over to Friendly Fire, Roth has actually been knocked, and the Aliens now making a push here.
Oh, Santa! Delivering gifts this entire game so far. Pixel gets knocked, gets confirmed. Roth trying to hide in the smoke, but where is the rest of Friendly Fire to adjust?
It's
Friendly
the
Fire?
split.
Yeah, they've worked out really well sometimes, but it's also been abused a couple of times, and this is just another case of that.
They were split 1-1-1-1. Pixel tried to come to Roth's rescue, but it was a little too late, and now they weren't in position at all to trade that. And as you said, we've been talking about this has always been the biggest downfall and the double-edged sword to Friendly Fire is those splits. They love them early, but it does get them in trouble. And here they've lost half their team at this point.
Yeah.
As we now look at the Sonics with so much control, this is an absolutely devastating position, especially for a team this strong.
Yeah. If you want to cut Friendly Fire some slack, that peninsula, coast area, field area that Aliens crashed them in, that's not something you could really expect. So, it's PUBG. You want to be able to expect everything, but obviously you only have so many resources, both in the game, but also mental resources to track for everything. There's always going to be a window that a team just by pure happenstance, by pure luck, could find its way in through. And I think that might have been the case with Aliens and Friendly Fire there.
Possible. I just think the 1-1-1-1 was a little, maybe a 3-1 or a 2-2 would have been more, it would have been a much safer play up in the north, but regardless, they still have two, and they've made it actually to the base of Impala here, so they're going to have a good position. Meanwhile, looking at the west side of the circle, as we see this big clump, LG, Zvire, you also have 22 right underneath LG, and then Rats have taken up near that church. You see STK actually very comfortable on the west. This is what they like to do. They don't necessarily like to commit to the center, especially in a circle like this, and no matter where this shifts, they're going to have a nice foothold to rotate from later. And meanwhile, Just Too Easy also coming in on the west, as we see there on the mini-map.
Maybe there's a chance of this being a southeast shift. It's on the back of a lot of these players' minds. Well, Sonics, as we see, lines of sight onto Elevate, as well as a bunch of other squads, I can imagine, but everyone's holding their breath for this next circle. It's going to go Impala either way.
Yeah.
So now everyone just immediately forgets about the islands, focus on Impala. Elevate, good spot. Sonics, of course, great spot. Zvire, a decent spot as well, though playing around the industrial area, it's one of those positions that's so wide that it's kind of hard to control the entire thing.
It is. I'm glad you brought that up. Zvire's position is great. Yes, it's center of the circle, but it's difficult to hold, especially as you said, it's a pretty large area and it's very open. That's the biggest thing. It's open to a lot of angles. The fact that they have Sonics literally breathing down their necks from above is going to be difficult. And any teams that wants to crash into that, they should be able to find at least one point of interest here in that compound to be able to do so. So Zvire, I'm curious how they're going to hold that one. I prefer they stay a little closer in a 2-2, but for now, they should be able to stave off any crashes. And other than that, actually, again, when I look at STK, since I just mentioned them, they are in a very strong position here. They absolutely absolutely need to have a big day. More importantly, they need to land above Falcons on the leaderboards.
Yeah. And Falcons have kind of let it slip. They're currently sitting in 7th place, as we did just see them approach Legacy's position conservatively on the north side, as we see Mercy also pushing in from the south. But this southern push is probably going to be very, very difficult. They have to go through the Impala sort of field to see Rats rotating right in front of them. Mercy tried to camp them earlier on, but looks like Rats can't get away that easily. But Cowboy goes down to Flood in the kill feed. This is Luminosity hanging out in Impala. So again, strong team with a really strong oppressive position on an edge.
The issues will arise for the city of Impala as more teams start to flood in there. We see Mercy now on the south side. Impala is it's not like other cities where it's mostly one-story buildings, right? There's a few 2 stories around, but it's very sparse. It's almost like a little shanty town, a little shack town. Yeah. And getting out of that, especially when the circle posts north and it goes more towards the fields, that position, the industrial area where Zvire is, that's where these teams will have a lot of difficulties navigating forward. And we'll see how this one plays out. I mean, if it shifts south, great for them, but I have a feeling we're going to see a big traffic jam there in the south in Impala.
I mean, Rats, traffic jam or not, they're scared around trying to find some place to go into. Pushed away from Luminosity, pushing into Just Too Easy. Coda Kid landing a couple of shots, but nothing to really deal some damage just yet. But this still keeps Rats out in the blue. The vehicle for Dispoon did go up. Does Cowboy and Hallow Senpai go back? Well, they ran into a hay bale, so they should go pick them up. But still, a lot of shots coming in from the east. Smoke's already being deployed for safety. It's going to be really difficult for these players to get out of this one. And then once they do, where do they even go?
The other problem for them is actually STK going to be, again, holding on to the majority of control on the west side. And they're very aware that Rats have tried to rotate, and they know that Just Too Easy also have taken shots. So they're going to have to wrap, and wisely, much more of a wide wrap into the blue. And they should be able to get to Finna here. And that is a perfect shift if you are an STK fan and look for Impala as well as Vire to start to have some congestional issues.
No more complaining about chasing circles. This is a game that STK should make it work. At least get a couple of points. We could still see a phase 7, phase 8, phase 9 shift pull away from them, etc. But right now, they need to be able to make at least a podium position if they want a chance to come back. Elevate getting crashed right now from Aliens. How much more can Sanchez and the rest of his team do? Punich hold the line, gets the first knock, and of course, Sonics with the high ground helping.
Very surprised that vehicle actually made it there with so much damage on it. Kaishin will find the trade. Punich will go down, but Shinboy there. Beautiful trades playing for each other. That is exactly what you like to see in a crash situation, and Aliens are out. Elevate with a nice start for themselves.
Yeah, 3 kills for Aliens, but no more than that. And inside the house, Sonics cannot clean up any of these kills that Elevate sort of teased them with. But still, all these teams on the east side, they're going to have to leave. We're talking about the STK getting a great shift. It's terrible for basically everyone else because it's all field. There's one little mountain in the middle. You can see everyone already fighting for something. Not even really a good position at all, but they need to fight for something because there are still 14 teams alive.
The ridges on the west and south really aren't going to be able to hold multiple teams. You see Just Too Easy as well as Mercy, and then Inko now trying to fight in. And you can see it's pretty open, it's pretty barren. A few pockets to play in, yes, but not enough for 3 to 4 teams. And so Mercy now stuck in between in this massive smoke while Inka coming in. Little T-Bone trying to make something of this. They want to clean these teams up so they can start moving forward, Cameron.
What a good grenade. Mercy are trying to reset themselves, but this barrage of frags coming on in, not getting the knocks. The vehicle's, I think, blocking enough, but BL finds a spot through the smoke, gets another knock, and Mercy, they are struggling right now. They need to try and find some way to reset, but with Just Too Easy and Eco crashing in from both sides, it's all down to Roggy.
What can he do? Inko so impressive, though. Again, a squad that we weren't really even talking about at the top of this event have just found success after success, really, when it comes to third party and those decisions on when to move in. They've been playing on the edge quite a bit, looking back at their games for the last 2 days, and they're winning a majority of these fights, and here they will push away Mercy and now start to take on the screws towards Just Too Easy.
They can't do too much, though, because the blue is pushing on in, and they need to find something to defend from the third-party potential of Luminosity from Impala, and then, of course, STK on the north, and it looks like STK is going to be doing the hard work of cleaning up Just Too Easy. Here on the east side, Sonics out in the blue, chasing the zone into that industrial Impala area held by Zvire. Couple of shots, no knock just yet. It's going to be a hard push because, again, the wide spread of this area actually is going to be favoring Fire on this hold now.
Yeah, they have the edge. It's just Sonics, though. Sonics with their back against the wall. This is what you were talking about. It is open, but that's actually working against Sonics right now and working in favor of Zyre, especially because there's no other teams here to contest them, Cam. So, as you said, this is working out very well for them on the East, but with that shift, they're going to need to clean this up as quick as possible because on their south is 22 Esports, and then just above that is Legacy. And so they're back against the wall. They are healthy, though. They haven't taken too much damage. I do worry without how much utility they have, they can even make that cross.
Ooh, Luminosity now crashing into nobody, trying to hold it for 22, but Relo's going to get the knock and going to quickly confirm that. It's something to play around. Smoke's already deployed. Flood goes down to Page. I believe Page backfilled into Impala on the southeast side. So Luminosity should be able to reset. But that position could very likely get crashed in the next couple of moments. But like, where else do you play is the big question. We still have Inko, we still have Friendly Fire, we still have 22 and Spire all looking onto this one little sliver because STK have total control of the West.
Yeah, and that's the problem for LG. You're right. You're absolutely right. There really isn't anywhere else for them to play. They're just stuck on that shack. They're going to take a lot of damage, especially, as you said, from 22, from Friendly Fire, from Inko now that's trying to get on the base of that position that STK is holding, but they just have so much control and no one has even contested them. So they are very comfortable right now. LG have to fight for their lives. They have to make sure that they aren't crashed and that they hold off mainly 22 and Inko Esports.
Elevate right now, 6 kills, all for remaining alive. They need to find a way to push through this field up against Rats. They thought they had the line, but then the Falcon pressure as well keeps their potential fight angles very, very limited. Punage though and Shinboy lighten them up. That's Rats out, which means that Elevate have a moment to reset, but do Falcons allow them to do so?
Falcons need to be aggressive here. They need to put their foot on the gas. They've been a little passive here on the edges. The fact that they're even making it this far into the game with 4 members alive is a good sign, as they've been struggling to do that. But I'm not sure how much vision they're actually denying here from SDK to be able to go in and take this fight. It does look like Adam has an angle on something over here on this fight. But Elevate with 7 kills, they have really been making this work for them.
Ooh, Elevate are on the push, and they need to make their way in, and they are dedicated with the efforts, and then Alo chiming in, helping them out. Emmy goes down. Blues on grenades. Punage gets a knock on a Capitan, so Falcons, it's all falling apart for them. Gats does go down in return, but there is enough time to reset just barely. The blue is there, though. Shinboy needs to continue to push the effort against the Falcons, not allowing Falcons to reset. Capitan could get revived by Draft in the meantime.
That's a hard fight for Falcons, but they needed to push forward into Elevate. Getting stuck between them and the angle from STK was always going to be a big problem, but I think there was a little bit of indecision there, especially because Elevate did a good job to put some damage on the Falcons, as well as using a smoke wall to block vision. And Elevate still, with their back against the wall, or in this case, the blue, still need to move forward through the Falcons, but STK just causing problems for both of those teams. Meanwhile, on the south side, Cammy, LG now and Inko are going to have to make a push in, as Elevate is just going to go straight into this. They're going to crash the shack. 2 knocks. DraftKings will go down. Boot will find that one. And this is all in their advantage now.
Ferrari entry with the Jeep all down to Silzen, but you saw STK spreading out. They see this in the kill feed, and they want these points for themselves. But with that opportunity, 22 are going to be pushing on in, and it's only Kurt here on the high ground with grenade at the ready. But 22 are finding a nice opportunity to answer back. STK might have overextended themselves just a bit with this.
Possibly, as long as Alo or Adam don't get knocked here, Kurt should be fine to just kind of sit on this high ground and harass. I do worry about them, though, as LG might make a move, as well as Inko. They have to have Penta cannot fail to keep away the members of Inko or potentially LG as they wrap around. But LG is probably not going to move right now. They're going to wait for this next circle shift and then make their move. But they've also been proactive in these types of circles as well, so we'll see what happens there.
Good work from Alo there. And now Silzen, the last stand for the Falcons, can only get 1 before he goes down to his own vehicle going up. So Elevate still staying alive. 10 kills for them so far. And as we look at STK retaking their ground from 22, who are eliminated in 5th place. Looking at our podium positions here, very healthy teams ready to fight for the chicken dinner.
Honestly, most of the teams in this top 4 now. All have at least 7-8 kills, all fragging. STK has been farming from this position pretty much uncontested now. Is a nice spray going to come out from Kurt. He won't find the knock, but that's going to be a good bit of damage. It's going to dissuade any members there from LG to start moving up forward. And I like this regroup. They are a little too split. They know there's going to be a threat from the west with Inko, but let's go ahead and get a listen in to see what the thought process here behind STK.
Alo, can you solo hold the blind? I'll double up with Alo on the, or Penta on the long, and then Adam
This
can hold
team's
big
going to
building.
be like on our ridges.
Yep.
Is that our stun?
No. They should be higher on
Elevate
ridges.
taking our north. Elevate taking our north. S3. I can't defend
Okay.
this.
We
Alright.
should.
Then we need to back up. If we
Fall
can't
back.
defend it,
You can
we
play
2-2 each
hold,
building.
I can hold in here.
You're solo, Adam, so just know you have 0 support.
Okay,
so
then I'm running back.
yeah,
If
we
we're not
can
defending
we can
this,
triple hold long, and then maybe put 1 thatch. Does thatch have any value?
I don't know.
I'm running back.
Yeah, I'm holding for you.
We have LG on the west or
LG's
east.
Thinkers is dead that I know of.
All right, let's just clear comms for a second. So let's do a bit of feed.
Ouch.
Sheep. So we have Just, right? There's an Inko. Penta. It's Inko on the southwest.
Inko on south.
So 3, 3, 3, and us, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole game.
This is
3, 3, 3
really
us. Waypoints.
Great kill
Okay.
feed knowledge.
So we don't have to
Those 3 for
overcomplicate
sure?
too much. Yeah, we killed Penta killed one early.
I killed one.
Okay, yeah, they're all 3.
3, 3, 3, and we're big chilling. Beautiful. We need to probably play for Thatch control a little bit.
I don't think we need
Not
to do it
insanely.
yet.
We need to stop Alo from getting pushed from Just. That's super important right now.
Yeah. I'm not peeking my windows. They know I'm here, but I'm just holding it down.
How do teams play? LG's going to AFK the rocks. Yeah, and if I say Just,
Elevate.
just know it's Inko.
Elevate. Where is Elevate exactly?
It's
They
accurate.
have waypoints.
It's
man.
very
I can
accurate.
get
I mean, that's
the,
their best
Thatch
play.
range.
Elevate
too,
can
so-
do waypoint. Like they can just run
We
to
need
Thatch
Thatch
right now.
for Crossfire.
So I never actually saw 3 of Elevate. I saw 2 cars. I would just assume
Heard
they're
it.
3 because they lost one.
Do you want me to go to Thatch?
Yeah, you can play for it. You just need to be careful for your cross.
That's a
You have to be careful for a waypoint because I don't think LG's watching that.
Keep in mind, LG has a drag.
I'm just waiting for my smokes to blow.
Looking for LG pigs for you.
I'm going now.
Yep.
Bit slow moment there, but SDK, as you can hear, figuring things out, getting all their ducks in a row, and they are preparing themselves to get attacked from a couple of different sides. But again, with all the cover that they have with those buildings, certainly a huge opportunity for them to make this into a full win.
Yeah, they realize the threat there. Really great comms as well. Purdy doing a good job of letting Adam know that, you know, hey, you're alone. If you really think you can hold this against 3, go for it. But you have 0 support. That pulled
Yeah.
Adam back. And then just realizing that there's 3, 3, and 3. Again, that's fantastic kill feed knowledge and just keeping track of that. That's such an, I feel like, underrated skill. Even for players coming up, you know, aspiring to be pro players, it's so important to be able to do that. And that's what's helped them so far. And they realized, thought for a second it's just too easy. Someone said it might be Inko, but they know there's at least a 3-man underneath them, and Alo playing for that.
Here comes the push from Inko. Smokes in play, blocking off specific lines of sight so they won't get peeked from different angles. And BL, couple of shots in, not enough to get the knock, but spots the grenade, hides from it. Clinical, but here comes the secondary angle from Elevate. So this is going to make Inko's push that much more difficult, and who knows what's going to happen with Luminosity. Everyone's avoiding that high ground, it seems.
And I mean, Kurt was right. You know, LG is going to take their time and essentially AFK at the rock, but they are getting, you know, they're still proactive. They're trying to get angles as this push now coming in from Inko. Beal knows that he's going to be pinned against 2 separate teams. Kurt is going to find the first knock. Sicko will fall.
Oh, trying to avoid the lose on grenade, but it's going to be Shinboy. And Inko in his blink of an eye are eliminated from the help of Elevate. A good push, but just too many angles to try and take care of at once. So we're down to 3. And the circle continues to stay center. Penta's positioned the best in the zone, but LG don't need to move just yet.
It still is STK with all the control though, right? And look for, this is what LG does best. They will be patient and they are going to wait for this fight between Elevate and STK to pop off. Now, if they can find a knock here or do some damage to either team, sure they will. But I mean, they have done great defending that position in the south. Initially, we were talking about, Cam, how hard it was going to be for them to hold against multiple teams. They managed to recover at least with 3. And now they've been rewarded for it. They're going to see everyone else coming out of this circle into the open. Granted, that is if this does shift one more time.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not. It's just going to go straight center. So they are going to be able to hold, for at least a little bit. They will have to move before
Vegas
STK, though.
Making the run. He had his tiny little corner, but he is prepared to take this fight against Luminosity. Checking with the Dragon off. Hard shot to hit, but immediately lands with a headshot. This could be a great opener if Elevate can find some way to capitalize. Shimboy already in position. They are trying to circumvent STK and get center control, but that high ground from Luminosity is going to maintain a threat this whole time.
Very lucky that was a little over 100 meters. Otherwise, that would have been an insta-knock. That Dragon of putting in work, and Elevate's reposition here is gold. They've put themselves in a spot where they only really have to contest with LG in the high ground. Even though that isn't completely ideal, they at least find safety from the angles of STK. And so if they can survive a little more, maybe even find a knock here on one of the LG members, that'll open up some more space, because LG will probably be the team that has to move off that Circle 9 shift first.
Still looking for the angles of Elevate. A couple more shots coming out from Gats. Not too much damage. Flood's just going to pop some painkillers. Grenades are coming out. They know where the trees that these players are hiding behind. And Vegas spots the helmet. Can't get the shot in time, though, before he falls away. He's going to answer back with a grenade, but it really is just all about who gets the first opening opportunity.
There it is, center dot again. Advantage all to STK. Penta holding the closest building, but yep, the knock will come out from Relo. He will find Vegas. And now their backs are truly against the wall. Shimboy as well low. Gats really the only one that can do anything about this, but that MK14 is sticking true, and he is finding shots.
And it looks like STK are just letting Elevate fight Luminosity. They want to make sure that both these teams are weakened and ruined before they come and enter the mix and have the best shot of winning this entire thing. Mime already up close and personal, like he is wont to do. He just charges forwards, gets the space, gets the ground. Whether or not he gets the kills, he opens it up for his team, but he is going to go for the shot. Can't quite get the knock. Shimboy is going to go for the trade in return, but Reeler is here to follow up.
And all the meanwhile, look at STK. You see multiple members now. All three members actually pushing down to the south, just holding Penta in that anchor position. And he's even going to find the nade. Elevate will be eliminated, and STK will clean it up in a clinical fashion.
Kurt's the one to finish it with the M for 12-kill victory. We were asking for an STK comeback on day number 3. This is the best way to start. They got a really good circle shift that cannot be denied, but they still had to execute, and they were able to do so.
It can't even be understated for Elevate, right? Those were actually, it's funny, those are the two teams we talked about at the start of this game. STK, Elevate, we know what they're capable of. They needed to have big games here. Elevate having a nice 12 kills, third place. They got third place. And then STK doing a good job of staying patient. You pointed out they could have maybe got a little aggressive, try to go out and find more kills, but they're like, you know what? We already have a decent amount of kills. Let's just make sure that these two teams completely destroy each other. We'll come and clean it up. We'll get the extra 4 points instead of getting second place and a lot of kills. So great decision making and great IGLing from Purdy there.
Yeah, it's really weird when you look at a game and how the value of a kill fluctuates throughout, because at the very end, making sure that you get first place over second or third is worth 4 or 5 points versus an individual point from a single kill. And so keeping that in the back of your mind is something that all the good teams need to be able to do. So that is it for us for game number 1. We are going to, I believe, Tago next. Of course, that is after we go to a quick break and go to the desk. But before that, remember, guys, re-explore new Erangel. With all the new features added in, go drop it on Erangel now. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And all the meanwhile, look at SDK. You see multiple members now, all 3 members actually pushing down to the south, just holding Penta in that anchor position. And he's even going to find the nade. Elevate will be eliminated, and SDK will clean it up in a clinical fashion.
Welcome back. You know, we talked about STK at the start of this thing. We said they gotta have a good day, and they do. They come out with 12 kills to kick off a race that was already close. It's about to get way closer. My name's Tommy. I'm joined by Porosaurus, Matchroom, and Mustache Dave to break down the action. But before we do the breakdown, let's take a look back at the last match. It's time for highlights.
Highlights! Am I the only one? Really? Okay, fine. Highlights. Mercy rolling on, well, we're getting rolled on here. That was just like an incredibly heads-up push from Inko, who managed to collect a nice stack of points for themselves. They're really coming on here in the late part of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they read this very well. They navigated that southwestern area, which was kind of the more open area to have to contend with and was the problematic section that pushed through. So well done on them. Also point out the fact that a couple of these fights were very, very pivotal, most notably Falcons dying at this stage. That's going to be helpful for STK in the hunt for PGC that we were talking about just a moment ago. Is Elevate also having to contend with a very messy northern situation that LG and that defensive hillside were using.
Man, I kind of worry about Falcons because look, we came in with STK and Falcons in the chase, in the hunt. STK. Well, I mean, that's what it's saying. But STK, if there is one team that knows that if you are in the hunt, you cannot play safe. You cannot play to hold a lead. You can't play not to lose. You got to play to win. You got to go out there and get your money. STK knows that better than anybody in this lobby. It seemed like Falcons was trying to play it a little bit safe, trying to make it to late game and just survive. And then they just got run on by Elevate. And so now STK, huge game for them. They're going to make the jump, and look how close they are now, guys. Oh my God.
Insane. And I'm going to be honest, I feel like Falcons has had that mentality this entire event so far, whereas SDK is maybe turning up and turning on. Luminosity does still maintain that first place position. Legacy didn't do a whole lot in that match. Friendly Fire, then Inko. Keep in mind, guys, Inko could theoretically get to first on a crazy run, Dave, and go to PGC on the golden ticket, right?
Oh my God. I mean, day one, Inko, 25 total points yesterday, 49. So they're definitely kind of continuing on with that momentum from yesterday here at Toffees.
All right, let's talk about some of the momentum stuff, some of the different teams we've seen so far. I want to talk about Friendly Fire. They aren't moving up right now, Porosaurus. It feels like in that first game, they actually got caught a little bit.
That's one game, right? Okay. But, one of the things that I was noticing yesterday whenever they were playing, they, like Godspeed was talking about during the cast, they favor these 2-2 splits early on. Yesterday, it seemed like they never got punished for that.
Okay.
Here in game one, immediately, right off the bat, they get punished. They lose too early, and then just everything kind of falls apart from there. So hopefully that's just one game, and they'll be able to reset off of that. But if this is a symptom of what's going to happen for the rest of the day, they could be in trouble.
All right, let's pivot to SDK for just a second, because we'll see if Friendly Fire is in trouble. We now know SDK has changed the song. So this is their shoot to climb matchroom. This was their moment. I mean, that was an amazing game. Was it just circle luck, or were they playing differently for you?
Well, they were definitely maintaining a lot more control, and I'll be honest, winning a firefight. That was really where they were having a pretty massive struggle. Let's be real. I'm not trying to be mean to them. It's just kind of what's been going on. They are still in the hunt for PGC, but they're chasing after Falcons, who before this, I think were 70 PGC points ahead approximately based off the way that the leaderboards and everything worked. Off of just that game, now they're back into a touching distance, and one game's great, but it's got to be more than that. They've already had 2 off days. I'm just terrified that, yes, okay, you did find a good location. Yes, you did get the team fight. Do it again. We're going into 2 maps you're not as familiar with. Do it again, please.
All right. My next one's Adam's song, because I want you guys to sing the praises or non-praises of STK. Real quick, I want your yes or no. Does STK go to PGC, Poro?
At the beginning of the day, I was a little concerned, and I said no. And then they did this, so I'm going to continue to say no, so that they continue just shoving it in my face. Like, I'm down with that.
Matchup? Yes or no?
Oh God!
You gotta make a choice.
Say no
Yes or
in this
no?
game.
Yes
I'm
or
gonna say
no?
yes. I'll say yes.
All right.
I'll have
He
faith.
says yes. Mustache
I cast or
Dave.
curse them right both out now. By the way, so
Toppies,
they're not.
listen, for the record, I need you to tell the people what I said
will.
because
I will.
they're not going to believe me, all right?
Mustache Dave doesn't need to answer this because during rehearsals, he was the only person who said, yeah, man, SDK is going to show up in game one and they're going to go the distance today. There it
Lip
goes.
floppers,
All
like
right.
they're changing
They're
their fantasy
floppers,
rosters
they're
out here, man.
knoppers.
I didn't
Let's
change
head
it. I changed
to
my
game.
captain.
Guys,
Back
it's
up
time
on
for
me.
game number 2.
You and
Let's get
Cameron's
into it
fantasy
right
team.
now. It's head over to the casters. It's the duo of the Gamion Speed.
It's not as good.
Definitely not Godosaurus Rex. I'll say
Yeah,
that
it's not that.
right now.
It's not that great. Before we tackle that SDK question, I just want to defend myself. By making my fantasy switch yesterday, I lost points. I would have had even more points if I kept my original roster. So Poro is just mad that that I'm not in dead last. But anyway, let's go on to the SDK conversation because I do think that they are going to make it to BGC.
I agree.
Only because Falcons are going to let them.
Yeah, Falcon. That's actually that's a really good point, Cameron. What a wise man you are. Falcons just have not come to the plate. I mean, we saw a little bit of life yesterday, but I don't know what's been going on. I tried to pinpoint it, even looking back at some of their games from the previous days. I mean, they started out with a 14th. They got a couple 9th places with a handful of kills here. They did win a game with 12 kills.
Yeah.
That was actually the start or the end of the first day. But then we saw them waffle, 16th place with 1. They got a couple 4th places. Really not that many kills. They're lacking in the kills. And for this squad, that's usually not something we're talking about. We're usually talking about the placements, right? We usually talk about the placements are kind of a little slacking. The kills have generally been high. I would have carried them in the past, but they're kind of missing both here.
Yeah, I mean, their play style has actually been adjusting towards placements recently. And I don't know if they might have overcorrected here, but like they had almost equal placements and kills to qualify here from their regional playoffs, which usually the kills are, if you're at the top of the leaderboard, is like twice your placements, right? So they knew where to go to get placement points, to get in the podium almost every single game. It's not working out this time around, and I feel that that's sort of like, we're not going to fight early mentality is making them give up way too much space. We saw the last time we played Vikendi, them give so much space to Luminosity, who I believe ended up winning that entire game.
Yeah.
At this point, they need to be a little more aggressive, and I'm not talking legacy levels of aggressive. You got to figure out how you as a team or set yourself up for success. But it's like by trying to dodge too many bullets, they just sort of give themselves up for easy pickings.
No, it's true. I even mentioned it when they got in that fight with Elevate, right? On the north side, I said there was indecision there. They needed to make that push. They knew that SDK was behind them, and they had angles on them, but they just kind of sat. They were hoping that Circle would do the work for them and push Elevate in, but Elevate was very patient. And they were wise, and they were, okay.
Yeah, don't waste time. Don't waste time.
I mean,
a free point's a free point, but where's the rest of Inko right now? Okay, they're still pretty far away. Ooh, RDS is in a vehicle. Probably has a weapon. So Chad took a few moments to try and get that kill, but is going to back away without wasting too much time because regardless of backup, you need to get your own loot.
Yeah, which is the wise decision. So really quick, as we go back to Falcons, they just need to be more aggressive. As you said, I agree 100%. They need more aggression. They need to find that success. And remember, this is a team that had previously broken up. They came back together for PGS. They kind of struggled there a little bit. They've obviously stayed together for this event, and they've made it here. But there needs to be just more aggression, and they just have to be more proactive. That's really it. That's all it comes down. And they need to win their damn team fights. That's what it comes down to. Cam, he's got to win the team fights.
That's just PUBG 101, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just win your team fights, but they've just been struggling to. And again, that's a squad that normally doesn't. Legacy is a team that does not need that advice whatsoever. No. They're winning team fights on Edge, on Center Circle, end game, early game. I mean, they've just been unstoppable. And that roster is just disgusting. As Friendly Fire now, and what is happening here? Again, another wide split. Will it punish them this time? G36, he will find one. Gizera will go down. That is a big knock early. As LFP will also get flushed.
This is really good for Friendly Fire. Really poor for Legacy. We've seen Legacy drop a couple of rounds, which, all the best teams do. You can't be podium every single time. You're going to have a 0 point, 0 kill every once in a while. but twice in a row of poor starts for Legacy is making me worry. Now, that particular rotation, we're all new to Vikendi, right? So as far as whether that was a smart line or they should have expected Friendly Fire to be there, I'm not one to say
it's
on to that
unknown.
end. We're all still figuring it out. It's unknown, as you say. I just hope that this won't tilt them so much that they won't make the plays that they need to going forward into Tego, into Erangel at the end of the day. Much less, you know, we still have 2 up. RBN and VHD can still do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, they definitely can, but that does actually worry me as we see Dispoon here taking shots over towards STK with iron sights on that M4. They really can't, you know, Legacy, they can't fall to like 3rd, 4th. They really need those second place points, if not even, you know, obviously they auto qualify with getting 1st place.
Sure.
It's going to be difficult though, is, you know, the problem that happens is when you lead from the front, you start to have some bad games. As you said, everyone has bad games, but then that not necessarily the doubt, but the pressure starts to creep in, right? Like, we lost 2 members. We're in 1st place. We're slipping down the leaderboard. We're in 2nd. Now we're in 3rd. I know that better than anyone else. Holding a lead is very difficult, as I've thrown quite a few in my career. And the pressure mounts, right? And every game that doesn't go your way, even though you're not necessarily making mistakes, sometimes you make the right decisions, just games don't go your way.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about when it comes with Legacy.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, especially in a battle royale. Couple of minutes into this game so far, just under 5, and a very familiar part of Vikendi. We've seen, I believe it's almost every single Vikendi game has been in this area, northwest side. And so this city, STK dead center, a lot of teams in the city surrounding it getting dead center. A couple of teams already sending some shots out, but no big team fights just yet. It's a lot of just initial positioning, as is usually the case for Circle 1.
It's such a cluster here in the center of this circle. As you said, so many teams in it. We still have Sonics rotating in on the north. We also have 22 Esports just trying to get their positioning in here, as we also have Inco, Mercy, Fireflies. Those guys and Zvire, though, are going to be the furthest away from the circle, all the way on the opposite side on the east coast. But Dinoland, you know, I'm not upset that it went back Dinoland, because I talked about it the last time. I've been fortunate enough to cast Vikendi only a few times, and many of those times have actually landed here in Dinoland. It's such a diverse area to fight in, as we see Penta going past. There's ridges, there's the enclosure, there's carousels, buildings, booths. I mean, this is a very, very diverse area, and it's super fun to hot drop and fight in.
Yeah,
I imagine it's probably a little different on this level, though. This lobby.
My own personal anecdote, I'm very uncomfortable because of the diversity of positioning, and it's really easy for a single player, much less an entire squad, to sort of sneak themselves through. So STK really need to work on their own communications as they hold this up. Illuminati are actually pushing on in to this position. I thought that perhaps they would just hold that outside ridge wall, but no, they want a little more space. They might have spotted out a member of SDK, but they're actually, I think SDK are fleeing. They're fully retreating from this area. They're going out to the hills to the east.
Yeah, and the real juxtaposition of that area is it's a double-edged sword, right? It can be easy to get in Dinoland, but it can be very confusing once you're actually in there as a squad. As Sharpshot now trying to get rid of the remnants here of Legacy. But VHD will get away, and he'll go right back to RBN with his tail tucked between his legs, but Paige will find him. And now that is just one member left of Legacy. This has not at all been the start they needed to day 3.
I wasn't watching these teams on the minimap. Are Friendly Fire actively chasing Legacy? That's the big question, or is this just the unluckiest rotation from Legacy in this Vikendi? Because Friendly Fire do have the motivation to destroy Legacy, specifically because they want second place. It's a 20-point gap between them and first. That's a bit too far for them to be on the front of their mind, but they are right behind Legacy, and Friendly Fire are already in a really comfortable position to make it to PGC, but more points couldn't hurt.
More points, more better, right?
More money.
And that's just a comfort thing, especially if you're playing, you realize you've gotten second place, you've knocked that team out ahead of you. That's going to give Friendly Fire a lot of confidence, and that is a dangerous team to give confidence. We've seen what they're capable of, but most importantly for them, their consistency over this event has been better than I've almost ever seen it on a team that has Roth and Sharpshot, and that's not a knock.
Yeah. I mean, it's just looking at their history. Really hard trying to find consistent performance out of them. Aliens right now rolling up into Rats, who are holding the opposite end, the northeastern end of Dino Land. Finna gonna be backing away from this one. A little bit too much pressure, but HaloSenpai gets 2 knocks. Finna trying to find a secondary angle as well as confirm the kills. Does he hear the footsteps? He does, and that's gonna be Aliens eliminated. Rats, 4 kills on the board, 3 for HaloSenpai.
Was a very fast destruction there of the Aliens with a little bit of an assist from a member from 22 Esports. And so Rats will continue to maintain this east side of Dino Land, and they have a strong position here. They've got a good wrap on the north side if they need to. That's something that we didn't really get to touch on as well. The area around Dino Land is fairly open, right? There are some ridges and some defilades here or there, but realistically, a lot of teams are probably going to have to commit into the area, especially if Circle closes here, because there's not great areas to play around it.
Yeah. Still have a minute left. So the fact that we've already lost an entire team and a half is a bit wild. Everyone's just so focused on Dino Land. There's still a lot of space in this circle. There's not that much water in play, but it just shows that there are a lot of areas of Vikendi that still feel quite open. You with these new maps, Vikendi and Tago, as we do, of course, see Sonic's taking some shots that's just easy. But when talking about Vikendi and Tago, oftentimes they're done as sort of comparisons to the previous maps of Miramar and Erangel. And Vikendi, more often than not, is compared to Miramar in terms of the terrain itself. Now, Vikendi also has a whole bunch of other tools and gadgets, like the caves, like the bears, like the Panzerfaust that are always seem to be stacked up at the gondola entrances. But as far as the terrain is concerned, very Miramar-esque, which means there are a lot of positions that feel quite open.
Yeah, something else to note about Vikendi that I think is actually specific to this map is if you notice all those little compounds kind of spread sporadically throughout the map, they're almost all against, as we look at the circle shift, they're almost all against like a little hill or mountain, right? They're not just in the open. So some of the compounds are actually very pushable as well, which is something that these teams need to keep very much in mind as we see friendly fire with like 40% control over this circle currently with a 1-1-1 split again. I do like, though, that we're seeing them consolidate. This is something that got them in trouble in the first game.
Yeah. We also see Luminosity in the kill feed getting a couple kills onto STK. I say couple, really just one knock and confirm. But just too easy. What are they going to do? They actually have a really solid spot alongside friendly fire in the more central position of this zone. And RBN still soloing it out. He should be able to stay alive here for a little bit. Falcons are crawling around his position, but I don't see any real possibility of them going down into that bunker at this moment. But of course, we're going to have to see, and the E is going to have to push away because he's on the edge.
It's going to be real unfortunate if one of those Falcon members is like, you know what, I'm going to go for some meds real quick. They accidentally run into the last snake there. Oh, nice shots coming up from Shramzy. He's going to find at least a couple, though, with 5.56 in that distance. Not going to do too much, even with a headshot, so they will get away just fine. And Sonic's a little bit of a quiet start today. They started to kind of catch back up after a little bit of a middling day one, but I mean, they're going to PGC, so realistically, they're just here for practice, and it's good practice, you know, with Kick coming in, the addition to that team. This is, you know, a good time for them to gel a little bit, you know, before the big show.
Yeah, really important for Sonics. I think if they didn't make that roster move, it would be a different conversation. They'd perhaps have a different type of focus. But yeah, trying to get Kickstart fully opted in, and then, I mean, I'm such a dynamic, unique type of player. Having to rejigger what they're going to be doing as a squad is also going to be important. So the best practice is going to be officials, however important the results for you are going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the practice, we don't expect them dropping anywhere below top 8, top 5 even. Top 3 is what we expect. But again, I think Gunner does an amazing job with that squad. The boys themselves know exactly what they need to work on. They're all grinders, so they're going to figure it out before PGC. I have nothing but not even hope, but confidence. They're going to be just fine. But Punich now elevate. If they could have another big game here, they could maybe make the conversation again. They still have 4 games, including this one, to get another 60, 70 points. It's possible.
Yeah. They did start with a good early position on Circle 1 on Miramar. Coming in from the edge this time around, different expectations perhaps for that, as Lemon Squeezy actually gets the knock onto Vegas. I'm looking at the map right now, and that's totally out of the zone. The vehicles might allow them to get the revive here, but those guys are, oh man, talk about tools. This is one of the unique ones for Vikendi. These little towers, very abusable, especially in positions just like this. But of course, the blue is coming in right now. They can't stay here for too much longer. And of course, answering shots back, taking a little bit of damage. Got to worry about that.
There's a second I thought Doc Gio wasn't going to pull the shoot and he was just going to splat against the ground. It was a little delayed, but yeah, fortunately for Elevate, they will make it out of this one, at least with a vehicle here. Poon is going to be prone here, but he should be able to get out as well. The problem is, where do you go in this circle? Rotating this late, they have SDK, Falcons, Legacy. If they go to Dino Land, sure, they can maybe make it there, but they're going to have to deal with Rats, and then LG also in that position. So rotating it later, and look at this shift. There is still so much water in this one, and Friendly Fire are absolutely gifted.
Yeah, and that frozen water as well that we currently see Roth rotating away from might as well be water because of how open it is, how little cover it is. Doesn't even have grass or small little mounds. So for Friendly Fire, I actually like how they were to pull away from this one, but I don't have any suggestions. This map is still too new. How to play around this spot.
I think this is good. They're consolidating all four. If they want to, they can spread out later on the north side and take control on foot while having maybe one anchor in the compound. So this is going to be a good play from Friendly Fire. They don't need to split at this point, at least as aggressively as they have, as they know there's going to be a lot of teams coming in. As I look at the north, though, even though we're looking at Elevate here, still contending with SDK on the southeast edge, Svire also completely open to take whatever position they want.
Those guys out in the blue, man, they used the tower. Now they have an
Where do you
emergency
go,
pickup.
though, with this?
I did somewhere. Can you land on those little islands, those little icebergs that's like scattered out into the water?
Do you really want to?
No, you don't want to. I'm just asking. It's a space. They know it's free. Oh, God, Elevate now rolling on up. It's a trade 1-for-1. Adam got knocked. It's just Kurt and Penta.
Oh,
Penta
no.
goes down. It's all up to Kurt. The in-game leader going with the revive onto Adam to at least have a little bit of backup, but Falcons should be overlooking this fight as it goes on.
And look for Falcons anytime they're near SDK, they see a fight to immediately push that side to make sure that they continue to hold SDK underneath themselves on the leaderboard. And this was really all Shoot to Kill had to do, is just hold this push from Elevate, but they slipped up and they lost members. It's just Kurt and Adam. And what a spray. He will find Gats, but the work is not done yet. As Adam now needs to go for Poon.
Oh, with the MP5, Poon is going to clean it all up. SMG coming into play. And it looked like a decent hold, but Shoot to Kill are not going to be able to repeat their success from game number 1. They are out in 15th place, so the momentum comeback is going to get stalled, at least for a moment. Looking at Psycho right now, a couple of shots coming on in, but he takes a little bit too much damage from Mercy to hold on to that angle. And this is on the southwest edge. It's in the zone technically, but they need to fight before they retreat, or movement from this position for either of these teams is very precarious.
Yeah, the fight between two teams that were both complete surprises as far as performance and consistency. I've really enjoyed what we've seen from Mercy and Inco, but now it seems as though one of those teams has to fall. Inco, though, might actually opt to go for a little bit more of a wrap here and try to surround Mercy, as they're also pinned between Fireflies on their east. And the way that Inco has taken these fights on edge has been so impressive.
It really has, but Iku's there with the trying to follow up and find a second angle onto Mercy. Shots from Firefly, so they don't have a lot of room to really work with here. Mercy looks like they're trying to get into vehicles to retreat. But then the question that we've been asking from this zone the whole time, where do they go? As we also see picture in picture the fight of the exodus of Dino Land. And man, the next circle, not to spoil it, but
yeah, I mean, that's going to be a whole nother issue in and of itself, as he's going to be able to get out of Dino Land. Meanwhile, Lucid will find a knock on a Beal, a big one. Psycho will trade, and Lucid will get the knock as well. And this is just an all-out battle, but still 3 members up for Inco. Mercy really the one kind of still struggling.
yeah, Beal is so confirmed, but all these teams need to move because the circle does not include this position. Firefly also chiming on in. Mercy taking a lot of damage. Lucid and Sneak Attack both going down. It's all on to Seifu. Has a vehicle, could just retreat, could just try and bail. And with the circle having gone towards the northeast, he needs to find a new position.
He's going to take the safe option. Now it's going to be Inco that has to deal with Firefly, the consolation prize of winning the fight against Mercy. As we're starting to see Falcons as well send it into the center of the circle. Meanwhile, Luminosity holding against Elevate and will eventually have to do so against Rats. And they have to know that they're there, and they do. Hello Senpai will find the first knock. Real will fall as he's flushed.
Oh, full confirm on that as well. Elevator eliminated 222. So despite taking out SDK, the game won't go further for them either. Mime dropped a smoke, limiting the lines of sight. Weird position for Luminosity right now because they have Rats on one side, they have 22 to the north, And then friendly fire, as we saw in the distance, the compound, that's not quite center, but it's center enough to be quite controlling, especially considering the wide open area, wide open lines of sight that this circle is going to give them.
Yeah, Sonics even further north from them are trying to get angles on this, and just too easy. Also above them is Seifu. Just you tried.
You tried.
Really, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Trying to rotate in. Friendly fire, as well as others, gonna rip him to shreds, and friendly fire as well, ripping another team to shreds. Falcons continue to struggle. Good news for STK. Still 2 members though for Falcons. They could get some placement points here.
We'll see. As Luminosity still... They know that Hello Senpai is here. They know that there is still one last final rat. He's going to try and hard peek. It does get taken out. Flood didn't quite have the angle. Now the grenade's coming on in. That's going to be Snakers going down. Maybe he can crawl away in time. Yes, it was not cooked enough. Posta has the angle with the bolt action. Mime needs to push this one. Holding down the trigger. Expected the re-peek. Needs to go for the revives. But 22 are pushing.
That was big from Mime. Does he have enough time to go for the revives here as we now move over to those guys taking shots over towards Fireflies? Remember, this was happening on the west side. And those guys still struggling, though, to get these fights under them, their feet under them in these fights. Just have not been able to really hold the edge the way we saw them do in the qualifiers.
Ooh, the answer turned on him! Doc Geo had the HP advantage.
with Iron Sights, Cameron.
With Iron... Hey, M4 Iron Sights, don't knock them. They're quite good. They are quite good. But that's those guys being just absolutely decimated. Only 4 kills for Fireflies, but they are staying alive for now. The circle shifted again, once again, away from Firefly. Went towards the southeast. And now 22, here is that push onto Luminosity. They had to smoke up to try and get out, but the door opens up. Ooh, closed right in time, but I think the molly would still spread into that corridor, but it's such a tight area that Luminosity have to play with. How do they even get out of this?
The only good news for Luminosity is that 22 is just a duo, but still they're holding the only entrance essentially. They can go out the back way, and it looks like they will. Still, the 22 is holding on to this. Maybe they leave Mime here. It's exactly what I would have done, and then he's going to be able to at least get a different angle. Flood here about to rotate in through. They're going to find Posta, and now Mime will be able to come out just fine.
Really good job there, absolutely. Keeping one player as the anchor in the safe position, and then sending 2 through the blue, taking some damage. But it seemed that they had the element of surprise, and now it's all down to nobody. Blue zone grenade goes out, just to add more fuel to the fire there. Taking a bit of damage, forced to fall away. 1 versus 3 is going to be a really hard hold.
Look at the storm. Look what's a brewing. It's going to be right on top of this fight, as well as completely cutting off any angles from friendly fire. Just too easy now, able to get in a little bit closer in this position as well. Look how much visibility is cut down in this massive storm.
This is a good opportunity for Luminosity to actually just leave nobody behind, and perhaps trying to find a position in the center or more towards the center of the zone, because once somebody is taken care of, there is still the issue of just too easy and friendly fire. Could have a number of lines of sight on the push here for Luminosity. Nobody still just trying to snake it out, get a couple of kills, backing away from Luminosity himself, because the blue is pushing as well as the snowstorm.
I mean, the storm is actually just going straight towards the center of the circle. In fact, it's about to engulf the entirety of the circle. As we see it here, Sonics now getting very close to the position held by Zvire. They've been up in the north for so long, pretty much uncontested by any other teams, but now Sonics is breathing down their necks just behind the north side, and they still have a position to play here. Sonics doesn't need to push out too quickly, but they're going to try to. Andrew will find his Zvire member, though, as the 5th member of Sonics.
Oh, here comes the storm. Now it's got enough vision. Andrew got the kill on Rebo just in time. 6 kills for them so far. And now Sonics are pushing on in, but they cannot see anything, so they're going to back away from this one. Have yet to get activated this game. The Sonics only 1 kill so far, but 4 alive. They can still turn this one around and make it a good game.
Something I really want to see from Just Too Easy is just some form of aggression anywhere. They are just such a passive team, and I mean, it reflects on the leaderboards. We've seen them be able to fight and even take the fight to some top teams, but they are just so passive.
Watch the grenade! Didn't throw it in
after
time. Gets taken down before he can let it loose. It could still do some post-mortem damage, but that's Just Too Easy being torn apart by Luminosity. Not scared of the snow at all. They are the predators on the hunt in the snowy wilderness.
Maybe Fadavero can get something going here, but I mean, Coda Kid also on his back. But yeah, why not? is a pretty much no respect play here against Just Too Easy from LG, and Fadivero is still alive. Snickers will find Kodakid though, and he is just all by himself. They know exactly where he is, and LG is going to be able to move up for free. They're actually going to be able to take this north side hill once they get rid of Fadivero. So he's going to get taken very low. Nah, he's out of there. LG now with the ability to move up.
The fact that Mime was able to get in between the last two remaining members of Just Too Easy without getting knocked. Such a dynamic player, such a great team Luminosity right now. They are continuing to hold on to first place. Grenade comes on in, Fisher goes down, and Friendly Fire are still lighting up the kill feed. Friendly Fire Sonics both in tandem taking care of his fire, but they're both going to be fighting for the win here. It's just Chad here holding out the center as Sonics are pushing on in. That's a lot of space that they've been able to grab off the back of that snowstorm finally clearing.
This is such a sick hill to fight on too. It's essentially a King of the Hill plateau type area, but there's enough to play around it where you see teams like Friendly Fire with this 2-2 split here in that anchor position in the compound will be able to find some success as well. Meanwhile, LG are actually pushing on that north side. Sonic's aware though that there is someone on their T's on their east, and I'm pretty sure they know it is LG, so they're going to back up a little bit, also realizing that Firefly is on their west side, Cammy.
Oh, they don't seem to expect Luminosity with this specific angle, though. And if Mime gets a quick knock here, they could follow it up with at least a few more kills. I don't imagine Luminosity are going to be pushing onto this position if they get a knock, but it's still clearing more space.
They've also realized that there was a lot of space conceded by the Sonics in order to go over to the west and clear out that last team there of Friendly Fire. Sonics obviously would have loved to just take control of this hill, but getting shot in the back while fighting LG is, well, let's just say less than ideal. As there it is, LG will now find some shots. Wind will go down, and that's going to be a flush and a point. And now Sonic's down to a 3-man, still have to deal with Firefly. Meanwhile, Friendly Fire now starting to take center position. As look at Chad, he is still just sitting solo by himself in the middle of this.
Well, look at Tiggleton trying to answer back. Loses a twin. They know that they need to push onto this area, take out Firefly before they can focus on the rest of the zone. Good
really a sturdy round.
Finish things up. Another final round, running into the smoke, dodging grenades, dodging flashes, dodging flaming vehicles. And it's Trimsy and Tiggleton, the pair, to try and finish things off. Andrew left 1 versus 2, needs to survive, needs to get a double player spray down. Trimsy already down to half HP, but so is Andrew. And Tiggleton's gonna take the last remaining bullet that he needs to do to take care of that.
And meanwhile, Snakers have fallen to Friendly Fire. They've started to push out. They left Sharpshot in. He's just looting up while the rest of the team is starting to move into position to take this game. And Chad will strike and put LG down to their last member here as he still stays alive. These are placement points for those guys. A moral victory, at least. That nade is going to let right on top of him. Mime will still survive, find some more points, but Friendly Fire now with all the control.
He gets one, wants to go for the confirm, but too many angles, has to peek right back out. Roth is going to take care of that, but this is Sonics with an opportunity to try and take this game for them, but 11 kills for Friendly Fire so far. They can get the revive, they can reset, they can have the high ground.
And here's the thing, Shrimsy with the possibility here to make a huge play. If he can just find a knock, he then opens this up for the Sonics. This is a 4-on-3. You see Tiggleton and Kick starting to wrap to the north, and this is what you need to do in a 3v4 or even a 2v4 situation. You need to find isolated 1v1 angles. So far, I mean, Friendly Fire has been very good in these team fights, especially in the end game, to not give those. We've heard the comms from them before. They try to keep things measured. Roth tries to slow things down. That's actually been something that he said himself when I talked to him, Riyadh, that he's been, really working on, is slowing things down and getting control of these endgame situations. And so far, it's been paying off in dividends.
It's just a static hold right now between these two teams. We still have one more shift. And really, it's on Sonics to try and make the move. Friendly Fire is such a strong position on the high ground. They're just holding out. They're waiting to see where Sonics want to move in. But I believe we're going to be going to a listen in as we hear how they end this game out.
There's two peeking top hill right now by blue. I don't think they're wrapping right.
This is Sonics.
No, they're going to send a guy right.
Okay.
It's the easiest push for them.
Just playing spoil, so you guys just play off his contact.
I have the whole left side unlocked, so if you guys can just like do or hold the right,
left and fight? Because the right is like
it's
really
not a good push.
bad.
We're just holding and waiting for next zone.
The fight will start on you, Shrim, basically.
I have like good util, so we can make it to util.
I mean, yeah, they have an insane peek on me. I just die if they peek me, probably.
No, I can peek off of you.
Okay.
Let's see pop. Let's see if it favors us. All right, it's gonna dot on
50-50.
Shrimsy.
Dot on me, yeah.
So like Shrimsy's ridge has got to. I almost think to get to Shrimsy and Matt holds over.
They
don't
win
wanna-
the game from orange line, guys. This is where they win the game. If they peek
They
on
can-
orange, we lose.
Well, we
They can
can't
do
stop
blue
them
line as
from
well.
doing that. So
Yeah. Okay,
So
so
listen to what my action com. I think Tig should go to Shrimsy, and we should fight from Shrimsy's spot.
Okay.
And Matt
And we
needs to
Maybe
we
Tig
aggro.
can play the rock behind Shrimsy.
I'm still just gonna hold the left swipe on the rock.
You can't.
Okay.
I just want you guys close
Yep.
together. I want you dogging people.
Yep.
Really, really great call from Whem. You know, you realize yes, that angle's not great, but you guys need to at least play together in the trade. I absolutely could not agree more while still holding Kickstart there to the anchor position. So they will, in fact, do that. And they know that this is going to be a disadvantageous fight. At the very least, though, as they said, Shrimsy does have center dot.
Kickstart is making sure that he doesn't get wrapped upon. There is Pixel who is sneaking around the low side, perhaps not so far to the west that Kick is watching, but the high ground is going to get pushed by friendly fire. Tickleton is getting prepared at that rock, and then Shrimsy, of course, is still prone down, waiting for the action to start. With this shift favoring Sonics, it's looking a little more even, but again, you have to look at the man advantage that friendly fire have, and of course, the high ground.
Yep, but I mean, this is gonna be a slow burn. I don't feel like friendly fire is going to necessarily feel pressed to make that first move, even though they know at this point Sonics has center dot, as they have the man advantage. And meanwhile, Sonics know that there's really no reason for them to move up past this because friendly fire is going to be playing tight. They have that extra member of their team, plus they have center dot. So just look for a slow burn. Don't look for a lot of mistakes right now. This is going to come down to phase number 9 and that center dot.
Yeah, they don't need to make anything happen. They have the resource advantage in terms of manpower. As long as they just play for the trades, they should be able to close this one out. The firepower on both these teams is huge, so it's going to be difficult for Sonics to try and out-frag them, but a spot on the Tickleton gets a little bit of damage, and now Grenade's going to be following on up.
11 kills the way of friendly fire as well. They have just... We keep saying it can't be understated enough. Their ability to stay this consistent. Now a lot of damage goes on to Tig. Shrimsy will have to move, and friendly fire is starting to close this one out, trying to just find these angles while maintaining the man advantage. That's a big nade from Sharp Shot. It's now a 4-on-2, Cammy.
And even with the smoke to delay, to deny line of sight from Tickleton, Kickstart needs to go huge right now. He's deploying smokes of his own to have something to maneuver around because the high ground, once again, is so oppressive. Tickleton is sending some shots up, but can't land a bullet. And friendly fire, the noose is tightening. They are closing their grip. It's all down to Tickleton. 1 versus 4 right now. Gonna get spotted out. It's Sharp Shot to close the whole thing down. 14 kill victory for friendly fire.
And that is a big win for friendly fire, especially when you factor in that Legacy went out early 2 games in a row. I would imagine they're going to be able to overpass them. Almost 2,000 damage from the boys Roth, Sharp, Pixel, and Page.
And I don't think, because Luminosity made it far enough in this game, that they still got a good number of points, but with 24 more points for friendly fire off of this round, they are close. They are now in potential for trying to take not just PGC qualification, first place of PAS2.
Just why rely on points when you can just get a free ticket? You know what I mean? And that's exactly what Friendly Fire has done. Again, despite, you know, maybe some disagreements within that team that we've heard about, they are playing so well. They've been able to mature past it. And I said it in Riyadh to Roth. Look, if you guys stick together, you guys continue to practice and you play on this level, I have no doubt in my mind, not only will you make it to PGC, but you'll actually make it to the grand finals there. So very excited for them, just as I'm excited for the new KFC collaboration, of course, that we have with PUBG. Make sure you guys are checking it out. There are now new KFC locations in Erangel, as well as KFC in-game rewards. Make sure you guys are either buying a meal online, using the in-game app to also get some sweet gear. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the PUBG drip is actually very clean. So we'll be right back after this word from KFC.
Kickstart needs to go huge right now. He's deploying smokes of his own to have something to maneuver around because the high ground once again is so oppressive. Tickleton is sending some shots up but can't land a bullet. And friendly fire, the noose is tightening. They are closing their grip. It's all down to Tickleton. 1 versus 4 right now. Gonna get spotted out. It's Sharp Shot to close the whole thing down.
We talked about them last time, and they got together and won that match. 14 kills for Friendly Fire to hopefully, I mean, or they're going to say hopefully punch their ticket to PGC. It is getting close, and this is the time to make the plays. My name's Tophus, joined by Porosaurus, Matcham, and Mustache Dave. And I got to be honest, Matcham, as we go into the highlights, I do want to point out STK started so strong, and then this game, it's just a rubber band. I can't deal with I can't deal with the emotions.
That's my present feelings on that whole situation. Is
Circle 3.
Everything just kind of fell apart for him over here. As I mean, it drives me insane watching this because they had the opportunity. We were talking about the fact of how they can climb up where their PGC positions are, but they kind of benefit from the fact that everybody else that they're racing against kind of sucked in this game too.
Oh my God, Falcons. We'll talk about it later, but yeah, that was, I don't know what's going on there, bro. Like it's less caca, more caca, as we said yesterday. But no, Doc Dio and the boys, there's so many questionable decisions on this coastline up here. But and then I hate talking about the Storm, but the Storm taking up the entire damn circle was definitely rough for some squads here.
Now, I want to really focus in on how we saw like the setup for these squads moving into this though. Like whenever we see this lining up in a moment, specifically with Friendly Fire and how they get the high ground, I always like to see how teams reinforce and play around. We were talking a lot about how the smokes went down opposing side away from the center dot from them, so that way we'd have to see the opposing team walk out into the smoke. Yep. But on top of that, it's really interesting to see how we saw Pixel and Paige shift back into different positions. Meanwhile, Shrimzy, having to be the forefront person for his squad, allowed the other two to kind of shift around. I always like, we don't really get a chance to really dig into those inner fight mechanics. And I would recommend, if anybody wants to, go back, watch the map, and watch how those squads moved around each other to make sure that they were securing their fraggers in spots.
Let's take a look at the overall standings. Luminosity 141, very comfortably in the front. Friendly Fire jumps up to second at 126. Legacy continues to slide. Inko at 91, falling a little bit out of that race to try to catch number 1. And it goes on down from there. It has been a wild race. And the teams that needed to make plays haven't quite done it. One of them you guys brought up a little bit during that highlight segment. I think Poro said it best. Falcons playing
Usually
like caca is the question right now.
That was not an example of me saying it best.
But I want you to just give me hope. With 3 games left to play, Dave, give me a reason to believe in the Falcons.
Well, actually, I'm going to continue to not believe in the Falcons because I'm believing in Legacy here, Toffees. All right, I want Legacy to punch their ticket for PGC. Yeah. So with the Falcons doing the caca, not so well here tonight, that's actually a good thing because Legacy are also a real momentum-based team. They can't catch a break here so far. So it is going to keep the PGC conversation really close if these two teams continue to really not put up any numbers here tonight.
I wish that we were recording whenever Falcons made their rotation. You guys could have heard Poro talking at that stage. It was, the stage is yours if you would like to recite any of it. You might need a bleep button though.
Nice. All right, so let's do that.
I'm a little confused.
Either Falcons or Legacy. Like, give me something that says hold out hope for regionally, because both of these teams coming in today, I was like, this could happen, and it's just not so far.
I'll give you some reasons here. All right.
Okay.
Legacy has still been playing their normal game.
That's fair.
They're still going out there, and they've had some poor luck, and they've been losing players early. They've been getting nickeled and dimed in the early game on rotation, which sometimes you just catch bad luck. Falcons I'm more concerned about because they just look like they're playing not to lose, and then they're second guessing themselves. Like that rotation was just wild. I don't even understand what was going on there. But I mean, the good thing, if you're a fan of any of them, is Legacy, Falcons, and STK all had 0 points that game. So, but like Legacy is just dropping like a rock, man. If Inko has another good game and passes them, if STK starts stepping up again, has another good game, if Falcons has another good game, Legacy's going to be in trouble. So, definitely got to keep an eye on it.
We also have a weird situation where we might also have to start eyeing, if Friendly Fire keeps racking up good games, them getting first and what could happen inside of that. Well, I don't see it as highly likely given the fact that LG can probably get it. That's an entirely different mix-up that we could be seeing on the whole PGC leaderboard.
No, I mean, I don't think so, because either way, the top three teams are going to be Sonic's, Friendly Fire, and
But I do think we could say with Friendly Fire's performance in the last game. We can't say with Friendly Fire's performance in the last game. They will be going away probably to PGC. That's almost they're gone. That's almost spoken for. I will say, here's my one reason that possibly we can still be hyped about what's going to be happening with Legacy is if there is a tie for some reason and they do manage to finish in that 4th place or the highest placement at PAS2, they would get the bid over, say, if they tied with STK. So maybe that's a long shot, but STK has to be aware of that and try to make the right plays. All right, let's find out if they do. It's time for game number 3, and we're going to send it over to the casting duo of Gadarandi.
What? I kind of like it.
You kind of like it. Gadarandi.
Yeah.
I don't
something.
I don't really know. If you like it, then I like it, Cammy. It brings up a very good point, though, when we talk about Legacy, Shoot to Kill, and Falcons. I mean, they have all been kind of slipping. I mean, STK, to be fair to them, they did have a nice big win on game number 1, but slipping up in game 2, they can no longer afford these bad games, right? If this was the start of the start of the show, let's say this was the first day, they had a couple bad games, fine, whatever. But I mean, this is crunch time, man, and they really desperately. I am praying for them because I want those boys to qualify. But right now, their level of play is it's very middling. It's very inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare Legacy to STK and Falcons, as far as convincing me that they are a good team that can win multiple games, that can put the numbers up when they need to, Legacy is the one that's convinced me. But because they started today with the lowest PGC points, for them, it's not about just being good at this event. They need to end minimum 3rd, and even then, it's possible for them to not have enough PGC points to go. So they are shooting for 2nd, which is really hard to do. And after those first 2 unfortunate games today, they have no room to make any more mistakes either.
Yeah, and the problem with that is they have teams like Friendly Fire, LG, even Sonics now making a push towards them, starting to kind of slip them down the leaderboard. And again, when you're punching this high, you really can't miss. And so Legacy can't afford to mainly lose members early. That's what we saw in the first 2 games, right? That second game on Vikendi, they immediately lost 2 members of Friendly Fire, I think before even the 5-minute mark. And so they have to avoid that here in Tago. Fortunately, Tago, again, fortunately or unfortunately, it's a completely different map, Cam, and we have switched it up again. I've stated before, this has very quickly become my favorite map to cast. It is just so diverse, and there's so many different areas as well as just completely different compounds and cities for these teams to play in.
So yeah, as we watch this playing path, fairly neutral, a little favoring the Southwest, but not by too much. Let's, Tago, an interesting map in its own right. Like Vikendi is compared to Miramar, Tago is often compared to Erangel, but in the way that it is an Erangel and Sanhok mix with the way that the fights play out through the forest, through the woods. We do see 2 teams drop here in the center of the map, Falcons and 22. We'll see if that ends up coming.
Oh, yes!
Fight. But what a circle one!
I said it yesterday. I have yet to see. I've been everywhere on this map, but I have not seen a Hoppo circle. And sure enough, the last game of Tago for this event, I get it. Oh, thank you, PUBG gods. I have been desperately hoping for a fight around this area and for a circle to end around this area. Now, it could pull north. Unlikely, but it could pull north.
It could.
But even still, I am excited. Woo!
Yeah, and now this raises questions here in Hosan. Do 22 and Falcons commit to this fight? Because they're going to have to move. Now, granted, the edge of the circle is not too far from them, but there's the question on timing, on how much resources do they want to put towards a fight against each other versus just trying to get into the zone, especially when there's enough water here to be very questionable. Are there enough positions to play if we don't go early?
There's also a crazy world where the circle ends right here on this nice little, on this Kami's island, right? With that one little house. I mean, you never know. These circles, because there's so much water around it, because circle has to kind of, do these shifts to go towards land, there's a real possibility that we kind of end up with even more water in these later shifts. And at Hapo and the region around it, it's very mountainous. There's 3 big major mountains around that area, obviously the city itself, and then there's just that little island lake with the one house in it. So
the one house.
We see Inco, actually, the ones that will be the biggest beneficiaries of the circle, is they're also pretty high up on the leaderboard. I mean, they could skyrocket as well and maybe even overtake second. I mean, if they have a crazy last 3 games, even to overtake first in auto qual. You never know, especially with this circle, especially with how they've been playing, as Elevate is coming in early for this.
Elevate are crashing in onto them, a little bit of damage, but no knock just yet. This gives Elevate the information and also the time to reset as Shimboy quickly patches himself back up. The rest of Elevate are now arriving, and they are getting good positions overlooking Inco, but fighting between these buildings can be very, very difficult. And these buildings, they might look similar to Erangel buildings. They are not at all, so you have to relearn these from scratch. Oh, that's one on the open. Psycho!
Oh, this is a big, massive fight for Inco. They cannot lose a member early here. They have all the advantages in the world here with this circle in their current position. But Elevate has kind of picked it up a little bit today, at least when it came to their team fights. They've been a little bit more cohesive.
Oh, Psycho on the roof. This could be good. I believe that was Shimboy with the shotgun. In play. Nope, it's Punich in the building. Yakuza's able to jump outside, swings around, gets the drop onto Vegas, but here comes the flood of Elevate members for the trade. 1 versus 1. Psycho's gonna try and find the angle, but the smoke, I believe those are actually Inco's own smokes.
Yeah.
Keeping him from getting the proper support, and it's gonna be a reset on the side of Elevate.
It did somewhat save him from getting flushed there, but you see the other members now trying to wrap in around this. Meanwhile, you are going to have other teams like Falcons hearing this fight. They're going to see the knock as well, and so they could potentially make a push here. Falcons, they need a whole world of points. I want to see some more proactivity, but the nade will find Shimboy, and Falcons will rotate away. It's just going to be down to these 2 teams. No third parties available.
Iku's got confirmed. So Inco lost 1, 100%. Another grenade comes on in. Shimboy could still get revived. Gats, I believe, was at 1 HP a brief moment ago. But look at this nice surround. BL is stringing around the side, but Gats calls it. Doesn't matter, doesn't win the fight. And now Psycho's going to be pushing on in. Even on up with the finish that BL is going to throw in here.
Down to a 3v3 now. Actually, Gats will fall as well. And so Elevate all of a sudden down to just 2.
Get the revive, so now it's back up to 3, but they need the time to get the health revive, and just the space that Inco have stolen from Elevate has been massive, and watch this grenade from Beal.
Oh, I'm actually surprised to get a knock, but look how awkward this compound is to fight in. There's essentially 3 lanes, and Elevate find themselves in the middle, so Inco can't necessarily push from the side that Beal is on, but they absolutely can where RDS is, as well as Psycho now coming in on the north side of where they're currently sat, and stacking on these stairs. I mean, this fight could take a while unless a knock is found. Beal will get away. He has a blue zone nade in hand, though. Could potentially push out Elevate as they are cornered. That's the biggest thing in this fight, Cammy. They know that they are cornered, but they are doing a lot of damage here to 2 members. Beal will find Shitboy. Will the trade come in?
Shotgun swinging around the side. Still doesn't find it. That's a 2-piece. It's all down to, I believe, Vegas left standing for Elevate. 1 versus 3. And he might just be on the retreat right now, trying to get away from this, but shots from a distance, has to get into the vehicle and find somewhere to try and ride out, because throughout all of this fight, no one has third-partied, but everyone else has taken the positions surrounding this peninsula.
Meanwhile, in the distance, we actually have LG facing off with aliens, and this is going to be on the north bridge towards the center of the circle here, and this is a bad spot for Haven to be caught into. The angle should be abound. Snakers will find the knock, no problem. The other members of aliens now may back off.
Follow-up grenade should be enough to confirm this. Make sure it doesn't get stolen.
Doc Geo!
Doc Geo is there. Another kill on the board for those guys. 27 trying to get out of 16th place. Knocking on the door of Just Too Easy's 15th, but Luminosity trying to maintain first. Because even though, as I said, Friendly Fire got a whole bunch of points the last game, Luminosity got a lot as well. So the gap between them is still over 10. Friendly Fire still need to push it if they want to win this entire event.
Mercy, meanwhile, has found their way onto this peninsula, as you said, that quote-unquote main island, I guess.
I guess?
Yes, we still have so much water. Circle hasn't even started to close yet. We've already had so many fights happen around this map between Aliens, LG. We saw Elevate coming in and taking the fight against Inco. We've had rotational woes here for Just Too Easy as they somehow managed to thread the needle, actually. As STK now coming in dangerously close on the south side here to Firefly, and just above them is 22.
I mean, that's just the nature of this specific zone. The water in play as a percentage amount isn't that much more dramatic than we've seen multiple different times on different maps, but it's the fact that that is the ocean and then the river that cuts in between the two islands, or technically I think it's called a strait if I want to be pedantic about it. And that just means that
I will correct you,
all the rotations into one little corridor, one little tunnel. There's 2 roads to make their way into Inco's initial compound. And so STK, we saw them getting shot at. Just Too Easy, Firefly, and 22, all climbing up into this one singular position, the most prominent hill here, unless you want to go to the far west coast. And this is, again, this circle is so weird, so wild. The lack of experience compared to Erangel and Miramar could make this play out differently to those other maps.
I mean, even in just pub games or scrims that, I watch or play, you rarely ever come here. You're really not in this area of the map very often. And so to see a circle here, I agree, the unfamiliarity is very high as we see teams just looking for some position to play. Now, a lot of these teams have favored compounds because the terrain around this area is not that conducive to either cover or even fighting on foot or foot pushing. Ooh. And so we now see Firefly getting in a fight here with Just Too Easy. That's going to be Rats, though, fighting the knock.
Yeah, Rats.
Where is that even?
These are 4 teams. Finna dropped very, very low, has to heal on up, but Andrew coming in with the drive-by. Not going to give him a chance, but
that should have been an easy knock. That should have been easy, but it was not at all. Andrew will fall. A nice turn from Finna, and all of a sudden, the drive-by is more of a detriment than an advantage there. They had him pinned to rights.
They did, but they also had to get away from Just Too Easy and 22. But Firefly just continuing to struggle in this match.
Wow, I still can't believe that.
Shack. That grenade gonna be hard to flood in. I guess just trying to destroy the vehicle.
Oh my! Look at this.
Pull up the map. Pull up the map. Oh, that vehicle's gonna go up. Kane. Okay, now you can go back around that. The map continued to go west, guys. We're watching a bunch of fights, so we're gonna check it out a little bit. But just so you know, it continued to go west. But Rats now, because it went west, do they stick here and get these kills, or do they try and rotate? And I think at this point you have to commit because everyone else has already beat you to the punch on trying to make it into this next zone. But God, how do you play this map?
I don't know. I don't have an. If I was an IGL right now, I would be in shambles. Especially if you're one of the teams that is currently outside of the circle. There is so little space for you to take in as a team rotated in late, even into just phase 2, that I don't even know how these guys are gonna make it without getting into a fight. Finna, meanwhile, getting shredded from a distance. Legacy now starting to come alive.
Yes, Legacy, they are showing up. The Grim Reaper knocking on your door. They avoided an early casualty, and now I fully expect to see Legacy get unlocked and do what they do best, which is jump from fight to fight to fight. And what a great opportunity for them to begin that snowball here. VHC pushing forward the vehicle. They understand they got a couple of knocks. Trying to not allow the reset. This swamp area, though, doesn't have a lot of cover, so he's been taking a little bit of damage. At least his vehicle has as he pushes on in. But he's not letting the revive come through.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough to see the swamp in an end game in one of the games in prior days with Friendly Fire winning it, and that was a nice little drift. That was kind of clean, actually. As we see VHC now, the initial D music was actually starting to play in my head. VHC, though, not able to find the knock there. Still 2 kills from Legacy, and there's not necessarily a lot of pressure for them to move right this second, but they want the kills, and that's something they've been very good at hunting so far in the first couple days, is getting those kills, then moving to circle late. Here, closing out the fight against Rats as quickly as possible is advised, though, because coming into the circle, especially with how little there is to play, especially with how packed the east side is, they just need to get there as soon as possible. Page will find kill Demo. Nice shots.
Yeah, Kademo gets behind cover. We'll see if the line of sight is there to confirm that. Nobody just going to smoke out just for them to reset here. As outside of the drama at Swamp, everyone has been trying to find some little sliver of a position in Hoppo. In fact, Luminosity, picked up on the West Coast.
This is strong.
Right onto Vegas's doorstep. Who's going to find a tier 3 set here?
Is it an OM?
Oh, it's an MG3? Squad killer.
For nostalgia's sake, I wanted an OM, Vegas with an OM, very iconic. Yes. But, I mean, MG3, you're not going to be too unhappy about that thing. I mean, if you ramp that thing up, it was like 990 RPM, I think, in the second setting. I mean, it's just an absolute melter. But Vegas is alone, so he will have to pretty much play this one as careful as he can. Meanwhile, yeah, the spot that Luminosity has dropped into on this coast is actually quite strong. They can keep themselves covered from pretty much any team, and crashing on the coast is very ill-advised, especially if there's already a team here. So they're going to be pretty comfortable here. As even moving into Hoppo, you can see the train in front of them is pretty conducive to a foot push.
Where's the next circle going to go?
That's the question, isn't it?
That's
the question, isn't it,
It's going to be unfamiliar for all these teams. How do you even play this one out? You're just going to have to play it live. Gonna have to make it up on the spot. Yeah, man. Mercy have a good spot now. All of a sudden, if they can defend from Zvire, and then aliens here on the north coming in from, you call it Kami Island, I'm calling it Solaris Island. That's a bit more of a boomer take there.
I just think about DBZ, Master Roshi's got his house on that little island, and that's pretty much what that is. But
yeah, and I just think old school Russian cinema is underrated, so, it is what it is.
It is. to each their own. You say tomato, I say tomato.
Yeah, exactly. We're both wrong because I'm sure the players come up with their own unique name for it, and we are way late to the party.
It's just too easy now. Rotating in. They're going to get very close here to Friendly Fire, who is just biding their time. They did lose Roth early, so they are just a 3-man, but still in a very strong position here on the south side of this one, as they're going to be able to pretty much take shots at all the teams coming out of Hoppo, or teams even trying to get it. That's another conversation we haven't even had. Hoppo is going to be a big factor in this one, and Falcons have found themselves there early. They rotated, pretty much off of the first pop once they had vehicles, maybe some basic loot, and they were there.
I think Hoppo is mostly settled for now. It's actually this northern hillside that Mercy had initial positioning on, that Legacy are now rolling up on, that is going to be the next position of a big fight. And Legacy are here to pick up even more kills. Already have 3 off of Rats. And Aliens coming in for the swim. Not spotted on their cross through. Lucky for them, only 2 of them left standing.
Even if when they make it across, though, they're going to have to contend with, as you said, Mercy, Zvire coming in on that side. More importantly, Legacy now is starting to make that wrap on the north. And if they are able to kind of get rid of Zvire, they are going to be very dangerous, because that position that Zvire holds is actually so vital to control in the north side of this circle.
Adam chasing down, with the last member up from Firefly. They know where he is. In fact, he gets the scout, and then it's the bullet send from the rest of SDK. 1 versus 4. This should be a straightforward kill. I'm not going to say easy, but straightforward. They just have to play in pairs so they don't allow an opportunity for a flush if he gets the initial.
Oh my!
180s onto his skull.
They don't call him the close range god for nothing. Ayla, that was disgusting, and that was, more importantly, keeping all 4 members alive. There was a possibility there that Ayla gets flushed and STK goes down to 3. Very glad that didn't happen. LG as well, kind of sandwiched, as we can see, Cammy, right in between all the teams here in Hoppo, and it's another shift. Where are we going to go? LG, I'm actually surprised LG Legacy has not gotten in a fight with Zvire yet. I thought for sure they'd try to push that pace, but now they're going to have to do it with the circle on their back unless they get a shift here. Meanwhile, Mercy just so comfortable there in that compound.
Well, we know it's going to go towards the east because it's pulling away from water. The question is, does it favor north or favor south? While it does so, it's going to be dead center. So Legacy and Zvire both need to run away from this northern edge. And Hoppo, most of it is still in play. It's now down to Vegas again to make the moves. A lot of smoke. Perhaps he can find an opportunity here. and there is going to be STK crawling up from behind. And I'll be honest, a little bit of revenge. I know that's going to be a thought that he has.
I'm just curious if SDK is going to make the push towards friendly fire or try to get into Hoppo. I imagine they would go for Hoppo, but now Legacy finally making their move. It's going to be against Just Too Easy here, but they're getting pelted from a distance. It's going to be the Sonics actually taking so many shots, and this should be able to clear out that building.
Forces Just Too Easy out. Martin does go down to LFP. He's there is trying to find an angle, but that pressure from the Sonics is just too much. Get inside, but he can't because he's body blocked by Coda Kid, who's continuing to hold the line. He's not giving this shack up that easily.
The problem now for Legacy is not only are they down 2 members, but they are also down on the leaderboard. Currently in 3rd place, Inko is only 16 points behind, and they're in a lot of trouble. LFP at least still alive. And they just want to get in the center of the circle. They would love to get into that shack, and that might be the possibility. If they could just get inside, they can survive center without anyone being around them and really just kind of hold down and hunker down as long as possible. Meanwhile, SDK looks like they are moving deeper into Hoppo.
Friendly fire on the hills overlooking them. And there's the MG3 wielding Vegas, and then 22, and Luminosity pulled away from that spot, and here comes some mortars actually trying to find LFP's position, it seems, coming in from Chad, those guys, of course.
Fire in the hole.
Where is this one gonna hit? Sending it a couple out. They're close.
Little short though.
Yeah, a little bit to the west, is it? To the north, perhaps. LFP, he's backing out of this either way. He's gone. He doesn't want to risk it.
Oh, this is what you were talking about, the squad killer. It's possible. 1 melt, 2 melt. Oh! Whew.
He got 2. He got 2, and that's going to slow down SCK's push, and let's see how 22 react. They're trying to push off of this themselves.
And they should.
At the ready. I don't know if it's going to make it inside where it needs to go, but the revives. Will they be here in time?
Oh, wait a second, though. Friendly Fire actually helping them out. Penta will fall, but a massive reprieve there as Friendly Fire will get a knock onto 22 and slow down that push. But Snakers has found Kurt, and he's been flushed.
Vegas only started the fight, but it's going to be Friendly
Adam's
Fire
on
22,
fire.
and of course, Luminosity to finish it. Kildama with the final tick of damage there. Adam goes down, STK go down. It was such a good start once again, but they just couldn't follow through. They ran into way too many forces here. And now Friendly Fire, eyes back towards the north, swiveled around. They have the high ground, they have the hill. They're not going to be in the zone anymore. But then again,
this is such a disgusting
this zone is an open field again.
Yeah, this is completely open now. All the teams will have to contend with each other for any space at all, essentially. Friendly Fire going to do as much damage as they possibly can, and then they're probably going to take that position once circle starts closing and try to backfill that one out. But the more important thing here is that Falcons remain alive as STK has fallen, and I wonder how much more pressure that is actually putting on the Iron Men of PUBG. It's been a long time since we called them that, actually.
It's been a while. It has been a while. Falcons need to make a move. Not just to secure their position going to PGC, but also just to get to the zone. Sonics holding in their way. Luminosity seem to not want to have to go through Hoppo, instead looping around the south side, going in through Friendly Fire. A little bit of damage on a sharp shot, forced him to back away. Not enough that he needed to use any meds just yet. But a 4 versus 3 engagement favors Luminosity here. That is, if lines of sight from Sonics and Falcons don't reveal themselves. DraftKings actually does drop Tiggleton, though, so they're focused on each other, those two other teams.
And the biggest problem with the center of the circle as well, you can see a lot of different teams like Inco, like Friendly Fire, potentially even LG. They want to get to that center position in those fields of patties because there is ridges that they can play, but it's just so open to the back angle on the south that they have to wait until the fights on the edges here is done. The problem is that you have LG, Sonics, Falcons now needing to get in, and then Lemon Squeezy and the rest of those guys just have complete open angles and slight lines onto the center of that circle that no one can necessarily move right now. Pixel will find Beal, though.
Away. I think Friendly Fire are just leaving this. The blue is coming on in. They know Luminosity are going to push with the force of 1,000 suns behind them, and so with that knock that they got onto Inco, they're just going to push on through, take this position, giving up the high ground to Luminosity, but the blue's not going to allow them to stay there for too long.
It's still a problematic position, but realistically, it's their only play. I agree that, but look, actually, LG have made the push as well, so this actually opens up the back angle completely for Friendly Fire. Only one member left back there. It's going to be Relo, as now we're going to be looking to the west side. Falcons making their move onto the small area left of Hoppo where Sonics stands.
These dips seem to be providing just enough cover for the likes of Illuminosity, for the likes of Friendly Fire, and Mercy Gaming now pushing in on the north side. And there are aliens also backing up behind this, throwing in their own pieces of utility.
It's just
Lucid
absolute chaos.
Lucid goes down, gets confirmed. Sneak attack has also been knocked. It's all down to Seifu, once again the solo player. But he's gonna have to fight. There is no room for retreat. There is no angle of exit.
And all the teams here, they're just cannibalizing themselves. Aliens already down to do. Zvire actually doing a good job of recovery for the most part. 3 members up, but now the fight between the Falcons fighting for their lives to get to PGC are going to have to contend with the Sonics. 2 members are going to be knocked on each, 1 member each team. As Shrimsy will somewhat recover. He's got the over-under here, the double barrel shotgun. Ready for a push. Can he go for the res on kick? I know he wants to, but the flashes, the utility is coming through.
Oh! Gotta pull away and reload once again. Kick is starting to bleed out dangerously close to dead. And so Shrimsy is going to stick it. H-Win covering the back window as Emmy and DraftKing just pushing up ever closer. It looks like they are out of utility though. But H-Win finds the angle, can't quite get the knock, but it's enough damage to at least force a prone.
And meanwhile, while this fight is going on, Cammy, the circle has shifted once again. It's gone all the way to the north as far as it could. So Inco will find themselves in the center. Shrimsy now going for the play. He will find the knock. Only 1 member left. Falcons are out of there. It's now Sonics. Where do you go? The circle is so empty. Even on the west side, you have Inco as well as Friendly Fire now with their sights set very much on you.
Sonics need to wait for Friendly Fire to start the engagement against Inco, and then they follow up backfilling behind it and just hope that those guys and Savire on the north take as long as possible to fight, because whoever wins that northern engagement is going to have the most control in this zone, all the sightlines on this field. But H-Twin is going to make a break for it right now under the cover of just shots ringing everywhere else.
This is easily their best play, wrapping on the west side, as you said, coming in to backfill that fight. I'm not sure if they're going to be allowed to get there. Kickstart will fall. Meanwhile, those guys, Lemon Squeezy, will try to find a spray onto one of the Zvire boys. As Remo will still stay alive, not able to get that knock, and Flax obviously low. Chad goes down. Lemon Squeezy goes down. Zvire is doing it. Alir with 2 huge knocks.
Those guys still up, wounded, limping. But so are Friendly Fire, so are Inco, so are Sonics.
Look how many vehicles are there.
Those guys have a quick opportunity to get the revive, and now Friendly Fire under the smoke wall are pushing forward into Inco. But you can never count Psycho or RDS out of this one.
No, Psycho has been disgusting, Cammy. Absolutely disgusting. Now is Friendly Fire starting to come in for this push. Can he find it? That's going to be an easy, snappy knock for Sharp Shot. Just 1 member left. The problem is the smoke, though.
Yeah, and they suspected he's in the shack, but he's actually ran through and past them, prone down, but spotted. For a moment, he had an opportunity, but of course, Friendly Fire had the anchor, the third player left behind as a contingency plan. And now those guys, having healed themselves all back up, are in the best position to win this game. It's just Shrimsy for Sonics left, but Friendly Fire have sights left on him, and he's not going to be too long for this world. I can't imagine otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah. There's really nothing else to say. He tried, they managed to get 3rd place. Exactly, Cammy.
But
and
now,
those guys, I will say, Cammy, as well, they've been so good at being more proactive this game. Only 4 kills, but looking at their journey on that east side, they made a good push onto this hill, and now they have complete control.
Yeah, circle favors them as well on this hill. It's going to be really difficult for Friendly Fire to try and open up. They need multiple knocks, it feels, in order to make it close at all. I don't think, despite the junkyard of vehicles in front of them, I imagine most of them are too damaged to have a safe passage. That's 1 knock already. And smokes are coming out. Paige is going to try and get to that rock, but immediately pushed back by Chad's shots.
And Pixel is just arms out running. If he can get to the rock, he might be able to get an even better foothold onto this hill and get a knock onto those guys, because ultimately that's exactly what Friendly Fire needs. They're on the back foot for sure, and all the control, as we stated before, is in those guys' favor. And Chad now realizes a vehicle is coming, as Sharp is desperately trying to get in. Flax will find him, and it's a 4-on-2.
Chad's pushing forward. Might have spotted Pixel, gonna go for the confirm there. not just to make sure that they get the kill no matter what, but also to stop the information from being fed back over. Has to heal back up, and now Doc Geo is swinging in from the opposite side. They're continuing to put the pressure on them. They're not backing away. They're not giving Friendly Fire an opportunity, but good damage from Pixel. Immediately traded by Paige. Finished up, followed up on. 12 kills for Friendly Fire. They're winning this game points-wise no matter what, but can they get the chicken dinner and win even more?
Wait a second, though. Those guys is making a mistake here. They're giving way too many 1v1 opportunities here with these angles, and I see the idea here of Doc Geo trying to wrap, but they're giving Pixel a lot of room to work with, way too much as far as I'm comfortable with. Is Paige also looking for some angles here? Do they know about Doc Geo? I don't think so, actually.
I don't think so at the moment. And as long as he plays to be the follow-up, as long as he doesn't start the fight, he is there to finish it. And now Flax is pushing on in. Pixel's taking a lot of damage, but he's not going to overextend.
It's really all going to come down to Doc Geo here, especially if there's a knock that goes through for Pixel. If he's able to find Flax, I mean, this started as a 4-on-2. Now it's a 3-on-2. Is they're starting to diminish that lead a little bit, but damage still coming out to Pixel. You have to imagine their vests, their helms, probably not too healthy after all of this. Doc Geo will be found. Paige will have it. This is now a 2-on-2.
Doc Geo tried to go activated, but lost the 1v1. As you said, the other two members of those guys were so focused on Pixel, but Pixel is still staying alive. Flash to allow for the med kit. And what is Paige going to do to follow up? They know exactly where the last members are. Lemon Squeezy knocks Pixel. It's now down to a 2 versus 1. Paige left standing.
This is really all on those guys to not make a mistake, to play for the trades, but they also can't stack up too much because that's going to enable Paige to get a spray transfer. And this man with 8 kills on his own. Over half the kills from this team. We've seen what he's capable of at PGC as well. This is an international level player with so much experience versus 2 members of an up-and-coming team that have the exact opposite, the lack of experience.
Yeah.
Paige finds himself in a decent spot, though. Yeah.
The nerve might be hitting, but no, he spotted out. He was watching the right side. They're swinging in from his left. And now he has just that one little tree to play with. He needs to hit a disgusting spray down. And look at Lemon Squeezy on the rotate, trying to find the secondary angle. Flax is keeping him pinned on in as Lemon Squeezy is going to be there for the final nail in the coffin, lining up the shots. Paige avoiding that. The tree is just big enough, but not big enough in the end. As those guys, it was a long effort, it was a hard effort, and a bit sloppy at a couple of moments, but 7-kill win is a win nonetheless, and they are not going to be too upset about that one.
Not at all. And, you know, it's been a slow burn for them. They came in pretty hot, doing really well. Their macro has not changed. Their team fighting is really where they had issues and a little bit of proactivity. But you know what? They will find the win. As you said, 17 points. But my eyes are glued to Friendly Fire. 8 kills for the boy Paige and 14 with a second place. As you said, Cammy, they were absolutely the winners of that game, even though they did not take the top spot.
Doesn't matter. It's all about the points. Chicken dinners, you know, we use it as a little bit of a fun metric, but it's all about the points, baby. And I think Luminosity is still going to be in first, but Friendly Fire,
I mean, they're
right there. They are right there.
They're nipping at the heels. More importantly, really, we have to talk about STK and Falcons as well. I'm sure the desk is going to pin that one, which may even be us. Who even knows at this point? But yeah, it was a very intense game. A lot of the teams that needed to get points didn't. And so that's going to be it for our third map. And make sure, of course, you're checking out New State. I mean, Lagna, if you're a fan of Miramar, you will absolutely love Lagna. Make sure you guys check that out on New State. We'll be right back after this break, guys.
You'll have to get used to it, cause I do not lose. This what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy. I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, bring it on. This is my time of my legacy.
Look at Lemon Squeezy on the road here, trying to find the secondary angle. Flax keeping him pinned on in as Lemon Squeezy is going to be there for the final nail in the Compton, lining up the shots. Page avoiding that. The tree is just big enough, but not big enough in the end.
Welcome back. It is a win for those guys, but I gotta add a little bit of a caveat to it because Friendly Fire does back-to-back 14-kill games. I don't know what they had for breakfast. It might have been a stack of waffles, but it has taken them to the next level. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed Cameron and Mustache Dave to break down the action. Before we get into it, let's take a look back at the last match. It's time for highlights.
Highlights, baby. Hey,
there you go. The other guys sucked at
the
that.
first
You
time.
rock.
Let's do it
Those
again.
guys suck. That's why. Suck eggs.
You know what
Speaking of
also sucks?
sucking eggs,
This circle. How do you even get over here? There's 2 roads, and they all have 70 toll booths of the opposing teams.
Nicely done, Dave. Yeah, this whole game was also very stressful, especially for those bubble teams, the cusp teams, the ones that desperately needed points. I'm talking about shoot to kill, elevate going out super early. We also had Falcons with a big struggle, although they sat in the middle of Hoppo. And then this whole fight right here, Legacy was desperately trying to get in that shack, but they could not, and they fell early as well.
Yeah, and this entire exit of Hoppo was not easy and not fun at all. I mean, you just look at Sonics were pushed to the limit by Falcons. They still came out on top with this one. Falcons still struggling to find points anywhere, but then Friendly Fire just constantly pedal to the metal.
Lay down. They won't
pushing,
see me.
Rushing, pushing, rushing.
It's smoked. I'm smoked.
Getting killed.
I didn't see him.
They don't stop
Page's awareness this whole event has just been unbelievable, and just the plays he's been able to make, the amount of frags he's been getting. I mean, we knew that he was the strong, again, international experienced player, but he is really starting to turn up the gears.
Yeah, and oh man, when it was a 2 versus 2, Page I think was just a little bit delayed on the full reset to gear up and support Pixel as much as he would have wanted to, but there was a real shot for Friendly Fire. Pixel does go down. Those guys do finish it off, but they were pushed to the limit there, and they almost lost that whole thing.
All right, match leaderboard. They did almost lose it. Friendly Fire comes out with 20 points because of those 14 kills. Those guys, it's nice to see the come up, Dave. I know you talked to them at the start of the day today. To see them have a good game is meaningful.
Yeah, it is. End the day on a high note right there, Toffees. So maybe they can continue on with that momentum. But when we're talking momentum, Friendly Fire, look at these stats here, fellas.
Yeah. Page versus Sharpshot, 2 players that have just been coming out. And I honestly, Page has been, feels unstoppable, Cameron. He seems to be playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing rumors past, little bit about how the sync between all these members was a bit chaotic. But they found some sort of equilibrium here between the chaos of Roth, the stoicness of Page just being finished. Baby. And there it is. Friendly Fire take first place over Luminosity.
Look, lead change. They don't give me a sound bar, so I just have to do it myself. Swap. Friendly Fire, 146. Luminosity, 144. And Legacy keeps on sliding down the rope at 111. Inko closing at 99. Sonics at 98. Let's talk about this road to PGC, Godspeed, because if Legacy keeps sliding...
Not only that, but Inko. I said it, I think the start of the game, Inko was like 16 points or something behind Legacy before that game started. I think they're only about like 10, 11 points now. So they're very quickly closing that gap. More importantly, Legacy has not been able to find their footing at all today. And that does not bode well for them. Similar to the way that STK and Falcons are kind of slipping as well. That's going to create a lot of extra pressure, especially if you get a knock early, especially if you lose members or you're just a duo or just things aren't going your way. And so that really is going to come into play, and that's going to show which one of these teams, if any of them, are going to have that mental fortitude, that mental strength, the reset capability to continue to push forward and actually qualify for PGC.
I'm going to touch on something for numbers' sake real quick, Cameron, before we lose this frame. Legacy is in 4th. It shows that they're qualifying, but I want to remind everyone, 4th place gets you 210 points. The drop off to 5th is 170 and then 120 for 6th. So if Legacy does get chased down by Inko and Sonics that are within about 10 points, that qualification is completely off the table because of how fast those PGC points are going to fall. So keep an eye on that. Go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, I was just going to say that for Inco, for them, because they came in with 0 points, it's not enough to just do better than Legacy or do better than Falcons. They really, they need like second place minimum. And with only 2 games remaining, I don't know if mathematically it's possible for them. I think they were really hoping to get a win here on this final round to have the sort of the leeway, the runway for them to make that. But at the very least, Inco is such an exciting team for us to watch going forward.
Sure.
All right. Now, I love hearing about exciting teams, which is why I got to check in with Mustache Dave for the momentum meter.
Let's go. Hey, I need you one more time, fellas. Let me get a momentum.
Momentum.
No problems. That's not what Friendly Fire is
I think Cameron's broken.
My dudes are now in first place looking for that golden ticket, looking for that money, that 25K if they do finish here in these 2 games. But not only that, they're looking good. They're looking prime for PGC. They are prepping themselves. And listen, fellas, I'm putting on the maximum right there just because now they are in first place. So when we're looking at teams that got that momentum, Friendly Fire, baby, they got it all day.
I mean, they got 4 wins so far, so not too shabby as they really are putting up. I mean, when Godspeed said at the start of the day today, they're going to be in the finals of PGC. I was like, bold.
He said they're going to win.
Bold. He said they make the finals. No, he said make the finals. I got your back.
Thank you.
I got your back, Godspeed. I thought it was a little bold, but hey, it went the distance. All right, let's talk for just a second about that last match. It was a Hoppo circle, boys, and the one before that, McKenny, was bad too. Why do we love Pain so much? Because I loved watching that, but the teams had to hate playing it, Cameron.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We're here spectators. Their pain doesn't affect us at all. And but really, the real answer is seeing players and teams push to the limit to see if do they fold, do they break, or does something extra come out of them. The reason we watch competitions to begin with is because we want to see the limits pushed of human potential. And this is just one of the many ways that PUBG does that to these players.
Real quick, Toffees, I love Pain, man. And when I'm talking about Pain, I'm talking Legacy, 5 points today. We're talking Pain, that's some Pain. Falcons, 7 points today. Shoot to Kill actually doing better than those other 2 teams. 24 points, but they got 22 of those in game number 1. So I think all 3 of those teams, when we're looking at the Pain meter, oof, they're loving it too,
I like that.
guess.
We're broken because we like bad circles. Dave's like, actually, we're broken because we track just how bad the bad is going. Let's move to the next. It was painful. We're just about over. This is almost the end of it. We've got 2 games left to play in the grassy pastures of Erangel. I want to get from you guys, as it's just about done. What do you hope to see, or what do you need to see, or what do you want from the last 2 games? Godspeed.
I would love for Friendly Fire to maintain first place, and I just pray that either Falcons or Shoot to Kill can get their shit together. To be honest, really, there's nothing else to say.
I got to see Legacy. I got to see Legacy put a good game up in order for me to be more confident for them going to PGC. That is, if they make it.
Yeah. All right, Dave.
Vegas, the final boss. I want him to loot all the crates and just grease everybody.
I loved it. And I love that there are only 2 matches left to play. This is it. Let's get into it with our casting duo. It is Matchroom and Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, Tavies. And yes, we are also Agents of Chaos, Matchroom. We have 2 games on Erangel left, and there are so many different elements of chaos that could get involved in these.
I know, dude. Friendly Fire in first place, loving it right now. We've got a lot that's on the table. I mean, the desk was talking about the fact that, like, you know, why are we so evil? Why do we like the pain? No pain, no gain, my friend. I want it.
Like entertainment.
Give me the crazy circle.
We've already had 2 Billy circles out of 3 Erangel games, and now we've got 2 more to go. Hopefully, maybe we'll see another one. I don't know. Paige, look at this, man. I mean,
I'm looking at it with Pixel on my fantasy roster. Trust me, I know.
The difference between Friendly Fire on day 1 to day 2 and 3 is insane. Like, I don't know what I don't know if Roth had like the most inspirational speech before day 2 or what exactly it was, but whatever it is, man, they figured something out and they are just finding everything's going their way right now.
Day 1 was still really good for them. We started to see them really gel at PGS2. Sure, they didn't qualify on that last day, but they've managed to work out a lot of really crazy things. And now it's just like the sky's the limit for this squad. They keep finding more and more ways to just excel time and time again. There was no reason that we should have been rooting for them to win that last game. They were outside the circle, outnumbered, all this other stuff, but they still managed to make it into 2 different circles and almost managed to make it in that last one. There is no quit in that squad right now, and I love it.
Nah, the game is playing itself out in front of them. They're not having to chase anything. It's everything's coming up friendly fire right now. Unfortunately, on the other side of that, man, look, Legacy has to put something together here. We've got Sonics and Inko breathing down your neck. If either one of them have, just pop off games here in the final 2 games and pass you, you're in trouble. If both of them do, you're in big trouble. And if SDK starts stepping up, or Falcons start stepping up here in the last 2 games, you're in big trouble as well. So the Legacy, they have their future is in their own hands. They have to make something happen now.
It's been in their own hands for a while. I think it was Godspeed said the fact that they can't quite get everything started. They can't find footing. Dude, they're tripping on banana peels every single game right now. And I don't know what's stopping their firefighting capabilities. This is a squad that even if you're making a bad play, Legacy should be able to fight themselves out of a couple of bad plays, right? They have the fragging capabilities to go absolutely hog wild. We saw it on day 1, but it kind of evaporated.
It feels like they haven't been able to take a single fair fight today. They keep getting caught off in rotation. They'll take a quick knock, and then they try to take the fight to the other team, and then I don't know. It's stuff that was working in day 1 where they were able to pull off crazy plays. It's just not happening today for whatever reason. But they still are in control of their own destiny. They still have the spot. But now they have to worry a little bit more about Sonics and Inko. And I got to tell you, man, I wouldn't want to have to worry about Sonics chasing me.
Well, I actually want to talk a second about Inko, because they're putting in the work right now. They're finding the way. They're finding some consistency. It's not the highest consistency, but they are scrapping together points, and they're exploiting kind of the floundering souffle that's going on with these other squads and trying to get a climb up going. And it's slow, it's steady, but now that we're shifting over to Erangel, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sonics get a bit more of a climb. Inko still has their work cut out for them, but they're showing, I wouldn't even say signs of life, but signs for potential success.
Look, man, BL is having himself a day, a tournament. He is 22 kills, over 4K damage. He is looking really, really damn strong. 25 knocks to go along with it. He is leading the way for the team, and Psycho and Ikas are right behind him.
Wait, so is this a portent of things to come for Friendly Fire in the museum?
Oh my God, are we doing this?
Sorry.
Really?
Keep on
Come
going.
on.
You're fine.
Don't put the pressure on too soon. Let's let him finish the tournament first.
I'm making jokes, man. That's all I'm doing.
I know. Sharp shot running across the wide open field. They have the entire Central West to really work with right now, so they can kind of take however long they want to do whatever they want. Elevate coming in a little early. They are. It's a little early, but also a little late. It depends on where they're trying to go. There's already a number of teams up here, up by the shooting range, that have already taken up residence. We'll see where Elevate is trying to go.
See, my bigger concern is we have one of the members from Mercy already sneak over into the pretty far into the west. I see that. Centered and just getting completely surrounded by Zavira members right now. But I think it was not enough to discourage. Nope, Rogi's over here all by his lonesome. This is what we're talking about. But he's fine being by himself.
No, he doesn't.
And it hits it.
The Panzerfaust, Raji? Come on, man.
Get out of my house. That's what that said right there.
Goodness. Well, you know what? That kill still counts, so we'll give it to him. He had to do it to Fisher, too. Talking about two veterans who have been around for a long time. Fisher's probably sitting there like, ooh, I'm a light this guy up in DMs.
One more game. Got to get Vengeance back into it. And now Mercy actually ends up with a ridiculously strong compound in the circle, given how much water. We see a lot of aggression kind of fall over into this lane. While this is going on, I did want to give a quick update that 22 is also holding down a pretty decent chunk of territory just to the north of Georgia Pole. And then we've just got, I mean, shooting range hillside. It's just teams, all the places.
Uh-oh. Legacy making their rotation a little bit quicker. Well, not really a rotation. It's more just they caught out those guys here. Doc Geo, they try to do the big wide split loop path, and unfortunately Doc's going to get caught out. Chad already way up north. The other two boys for those guys still down in Prim. So it's just an unfortunate crossing of ships in the night, but that's good stuff for Legacy. That's one more point to their campaign.
I mean, this is all they really need to do today, right? Is just kill things, and they're finally doing that. So finding the successes where they can for the time being. A lot of tail end teams, not in any big rush to get into this one. Sonics on a path for success, just 1 point behind Inco right now, as we were talking about just a moment ago. They're going to find themselves just to the north of Rajak. They've got that hillside that's going to be in front of them, and most notably, just too easy in front of them. So probably going to rotate a bit more over to the east, maybe looking at that whole gas station line.
Yeah, a little bit of a cluster over there by Q. We got Rats 22 and SDK all kind of in the same area. Some shots being traded back and forth here. With at least Hello Senpai sending shots over towards STK. I think STK might be just opting to leave, head a little bit further off to the east, give up Cube for now, which is fine. Rest of the Rats boys just going to take advantage of that situation as we see Friendly Fire scoping out things on the other side of the river. They're going to see Sonics pulling up.
Speaking of scoping, maybe getting pretty decent scope to work. We'll have to see how that one goes. Sharp Shot, going to go ahead and get himself a crate. And that's kind of unfortunate if you're Friendly Fire, because seeing somebody take that compound means that we're probably going to have to wrap around Yasnaya. It's not the end of the world, though. Just leaving Tig back there for right now, as it does look like Sonic's eyes are a bit more focused in that, like, position, maybe making their way over into, what is it, Crossroads? No, they're cutting west.
That would be a very ambitious push to try to go to Crossroads at this point. I mean, they've got Shrimsy holding down gas station. I think these guys are just creeping forward to see what's taken and just verifying.
I mean, that's a good
stop, you can see H1 kind of looking over there. Yeah, that's not bad. They've got that whole road covered right now, pretty much. But you don't see Sonics do stuff like this very often. This must be them trying just new things here.
They can. That's one of the things about this event. Well, one of the reasons we haven't thrown like a stern eye their direction on where they are on the leaderboards and stuff like that. They've got a capability to play around a bit more and figure out some stuff. So no surprise on that one. Legacy cutting their path over here next to Everest. They're going to have STK that's going to be holding down the quads in front of them, but they should be able to scout that out just fine from Everest.
You would think, and yeah, they should be all by themselves. Those guys are the last ones that are really kind of coming out of the blue here. They're getting chased out of Primorsk, and Inco actually making their way through farm. They're coming in super late. So most teams already opting for north of the river here. Only a couple still on the south side. Falcons just now arriving. As you said, LGC Legacy on top of Everest. Inco coming in, looks like they might be considering doing a long wrap around to the north side, but at this point, pretty much everything's kind of taken, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, Friendly Fire already shifted up. They saw Sonics in front of them, so now they're in that no-lean area playing around, I think, the Alamo as well, just to the west of that. So, Inco, unless you do a firm wrap all the way around Stolber itself, that's not going to be an easy approach. I guess they could also just Hail Mary it by the gas station and see how that one goes, but not necessarily anything good that could happen in there. Oddly enough, if they actually do the gas station line, they'll be rewarded with it. Sonics move so far forward, there's nobody over there. It's the double think, right? Everybody's like, oh, somebody's obviously playing that bridge. Nope, nobody's there right now.
Yeah, no, so definitely in our slow early game here, which works out well for our teams that are in the hunt. See Aliens, not sure if they know about Elevate down here. Keep seeing Fakers and looking over in that direction, so it seems like they might have an idea. And yeah, they're just going to pull back down. Elevate holding a 2-2 split between these boys and the ones down at the intersection.
This is a squad we also kind of have to oddly keep our eye on, given how close Ali and Hinnis is to STK. Just 1 point behind him right now, and can kind of mess up their positionals, because while we've been talking about like If who ends up in 4th, 5th? Oh, sharp shot. Hey, look, spinning out. Is he gonna get to safety? Just barely, but not really. Now he's backing up into it. Now he's gotta go down the hillside.
Okay, mine will do it. There we go. There we go. Yeah, friendly fire getting a little bit, thinking that warehouse was going to be empty. I don't know. They got a little bit close there. That line may not have worked out as good as they were hoping. And I think Paige just took an emergency parachute drop just to jump up in the air, see where everybody was, and drop back down again.
Just too easy now, sending it into Sonics and not even wanting to stay. Just nope. We're going to see if we can get some damage out of it. I'm going to try to go to the outside. Just too easy. Going to go down. H1 should be able to get rezzed. Nobody else really over here, but this is a focal point right now. STK also going to be coming over that hillside. Aliens do spot them out. The circle did shift, pretty centered on Severny and the Badlands just to the south of it, so that's why we're seeing the Crescent come in. STK is my question. Where, oh, where are they going to go?
Well, that's also Sonics picking up some more points. Now over 100 and within 11 points of Legacy. So that is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Legacy, meanwhile, it's starting to cross the river. As we see Aliens getting run up on here a little bit by Rats. The spray's coming through from Santa. Damage getting done, but no knocks to be found just yet. Haven, though, the last bullet will get him. The spoon will go down another point in their pocket. And STK, they see that. They're pulling off. They saw it.
That was very, very close. Instead, what? Rocks? Just play the wall? Get some safety out of that one?
Yeah.
That's best of a bad situation, man. That's all you can really do there.
Pretty much. And Hello Senpai did the same thing. So I think that we're seeing a lot of late game e-drops just to kind of figure out what's open and available around here. As Hello Senpai, this is not. Is anybody even looking up?
Nah, there's cars
how is he able to fly down right now?
It's more
how
about
is he
this
not
last
dead
bit.
yet?
Yeah,
Okay, there
this
we
is
go.
where I was worried. This last couple, like that last 50 meters when you land, feels like where you're going to get really shot in emergency pickup.
Oh, one shot, and he makes it with 3 HP. Oh, get in. Yep, get in there. Okay, heal up. I can't believe he got away with that. Okay, well, power to him. Fake is in, though. He's going to spot out Cowboy. I think Cowboy may have spotted him in return. So Rats realizing that they are not alone. There are aliens among us.
Oh, Hail Mary nade through the tree. Nice bounce. Actually ends up much closer to the shack than they were expecting. But
man, if that would bounce off the car, I'm in trouble.
Walking forward after the nade, random STK shot, going to stop him in his tracks. STK is actually in a pretty decent position given the fact of how centered the circle could end up going here in just a second.
Yeah, no, they're actually looking pretty strong.
I mean, it's not like the best position on the face of the earth, but in this circle, it's a very strong point.
And this circle at this particular time in the game, looking great. Firefly, meanwhile, they're doing a little bit of 2-2 over there by the gas station, and they've got Inko. They did make their long wrap. They did finally come into the zone on that northwestern side. Looks like they lost one somewhere along the way, but still have 3 up. Let's see where the next circle decides to take them.
Quick update for everybody on those PGC cusp positions. You can see Legacy presently moving in closer to Sonics. Falcon's going to be controlling the south, and Inko over there into the northeast going to get rewarded with the circle as, yes, Severny still stays in Poro.
And LG, they had the 2-2 over with the warehouse in Severny. So now Rello and Snaker's immediately on the move. Let's see if they can get past there. Oh, STK is driving right through them. Falcons also sending it in at the same time. Not sure where they're planning to send it to. It looks like they're going to go a little bit farther west of that warehouse, maybe stay along that roadside. STK opting to go for the tip of Severny. Mercy coming in on the north side of Severny as well. So I'll have to keep an eye on that to see if they get close to each other.
Getting a bit more wild down to the southeast, as it is going to be Legacy that cuts in really quick right in front of Falcons. Aliens cutting a path through the narrowest of clean locations that they can get through. The problem with it is LG going to be just in front of that. 22 is going to be to the north. Now you can see cutting out right in between Elevate. Shots coming out from Rats to try to clear them out. There's not going to be anything really good, as now Aliens and 22 are bumping into each other inside this rotation. It's going to be whoever tries to stop first, but neither one of them want to stop. I mean, what? There's the shack in front. Aliens trying to go for some sense. It's going to go down. It's just a hard crash, and Kaishin just looking for anything. This is going to knock on a post at least.
qualification through the window, through the wall. Fakeson gonna hop back into the vehicle, into the compound. Will spot out one, will land the shots onto nobody, and he is the last one up. It looks like Rusty Zera has no HP. He's gonna get spotted out by Raji. So this is now a 1v1. I think that is Kill Demo. Yeah, the last one up for 22 has the grenade in hand, but they're not landing where they need to go. Fakeson will try to send it by, and actually not going to find him either. So there's at least 122 res that could be had. Fakeson just going to try to push it with the flash, not going to spot him, looks through the window. What a shot over the hood from Fakeson.
Aliens cling to life with just one member. Problem with it, Inko spotted that out, now trying to send it down into the same pathing. Already lost Psycho, gonna be just crashing into the thick. Can Fakeson make another miracle happen? And no, he's gonna go down. RDS gonna spot him. Inko now center of the circle.
I'm not sure if it was Fakeson that landed that shot onto Kill Demo or if it was somebody else. The kill feed was so active, but Inko now coming in here and getting themselves a nice little loot infusion for their 2 remaining players. It's down to just Biel and RDS. Meanwhile, STK and Rats still very close to each other. Falcons, they are down to 2 on the very, very far edge. And now those guys, it took them forever to make it into the zone. And they are just getting picked apart on the edge here. Lemon Squeezy to be the last remaining hope.
Just send it down. Falcons are on this pathing once they bypass through Sonics, but you can see Blue's not the worst right now, so he can take a bit of that. Falcons are going to be distracted in front. Oddly enough, remember Poonage and Elevate? They're kind of pushing over the same direction and might spot this out. Lemon Squeezy just going to be waiting for the circle to pop, and that's how he's going to make his move, and we move into the Badlands. Lemon Squeezy, good luck, because every dip has already got some type of eye onto it. You can hear pitter-patter of all these bullets coming after him, losing a tire, spins out. Even the shack that you want isn't gonna be clean. The rest of Falcons wanting to come after this, they can't even really make it in. Finally do take him down. DraftKings just gonna sit it in and go, okay, at least the shack is fine.
Oof, that's going to be it for those guys. Falcons still 4 up. They've got Emmy kind of pinned off to the west, though, by Legacy. So they're going to hold on to this shack for about, I guess, as long as LG is willing to let them. But meanwhile, Sonics is now making a push over here as well. This might be another crash coming in.
This is just getting wild over here. There's just no option. So people are trying to send it into one point to think is safe. Everybody prepping out the names, but Capitan, I think he pulled it whenever he went down. We're gonna have to keep an eye. Yes, and it's gonna be an absolute destruction to Falcons as Sills and Capitan both getting flushed out. It's gonna be Emmy at range trying to get vengeance for his teammate, but just doesn't really have the angles to do anything with it.
Oh my God, the spray from Tiggleton was just absolutely disgusting. And now Emmy, just like that, went from being the one in the bad position to being the only one left alive. He's getting shot from both sides, and now Falcons is gonna go down with only 1 point to their name. Legacy still fighting their way up from the south side. Friendly Fire has angles on this, as to Sonics. They do lose Tiggleton, though.
Another team to keep an eye on is STK, not inside the circle. Remember Rats earlier, we're trying to hold them out. Now STK is going to have to make a more precarious move of their own. Mercy to the north of them, still also inside Severny. Going to make this complex. You can see Shoot to Kill, hoping maybe they can get a knock, maybe get a pickup onto something. Elevate might make this firefight a bit easier, as it looks like they're going to be pathing and using the opportunity that Shoot to Kill is providing in distraction, and yet Nades prepped in, trying to see if maybe they can find a pathing into this one, but that's just going to be take one down, pass it around, as that position is just going to switch hands, depending on how that goes.
Oh, Zvire looks like they're in a lot of trouble right now. Yeah. These grenades from Elevate are doing so much damage. Rivo will try to push forward to the front-facing smoke cloud, at least here. Shimboy come and join the rest of the gang. Poonage a little bit low on HP, and now Mercy actually going to crash onto Inko's position. What a shot from Seifu on the drive-by. The grenade, they got to crash by it. They got to get in there quickly. Clean stuff from Mercy, but the grenade, oh, it's sneak attack doing team damage here.
Too many nades, too hard to keep up with, man. There was explosions everywhere, and Zvire having a similar feeling right now, because there are just nades all around them. Gat's gonna go ahead, get the knock onto Cluzera. Smoke still being the key factor in survival, as STK using this opportunity to push into what's gonna be going on with Rats. They are gonna clean that one up. Elevate, though, still not finding a way to clean this up as fast as they want to. No circle has popped, and it is very far to the south, pretty close to this firefight we're watching right now, but not yet in it, as yes, Elevate finally gonna win.
That was huge from STK to be able to leave the city and take care of rats as quickly as they did. They can now pull over and turn their attention towards Mercy. They are they're cleaning up the edges of the circle. We've seen STK play games like this before where they just rack up a ton of kills because they just take the fights to other teams that are just trying to hold a zone, and they are the aggressors, they are the pushers, and that's what the STK is doing right now. That's exactly what they need to do. We're going to take a quick moment to listen into STK on how they want to approach this next part of the game.
We just need to throw some smokes back for us. That'll probably be more helpful.
I only have 3.
This scoop's not really going anywhere.
One peek in the rock with a drag. Straight south.
Okay.
We need smokes, guys. We need
If
smokes.
you guys cover my high tree, I can try and get a knock.
I need smokes and I have none.
Who did you headshot?
Blue rock.
Work with the smoke.
Left can peek. We need to be careful.
They're not giving me anything.
Yeah, you need to watch north for us. Watch the north over peaks more than anything. Don't worry about the
Okay.
elevate.
Okay.
We'll just get to you and play from there.
Running in, yeah.
On blue rock, peeking.
Good.
I can stun them.
We have really good low ground here, guys.
Yeah, just get here.
I am stuck, so.
Okay, I can try and high peek for it.
I'm
I don't have
needing
any.
for blue rock.
I'm trying to smoke line you.
I have
Moving
smokes,
Anita.
I'm good.
I'm knocked to LG from high. I'll be safe later. I need possible smoke. North could kill me.
Okay.
Any smokes or no?
I don't have any.
I smoked.
Okay.
Look for elevate.
LG warehouse.
Look for
LG
down
warehouse.
right, yeah.
I'm gonna stay in
I'm gonna
smoke.
res
Yellow.
birdie. This is a risky res.
Yeah, we can get naded from elevate right now. Nades on us. Need to look for
Hopefully
elevate
you
push,
know
guys.
Yeah.
I am.
I need it over.
I'm just gonna prone and pray.
Okay. You can run back to the dip.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty
I
safe
have no
here, to be
smokes
fair.
left.
We're not really
First
in
stage
here.
now, by the way.
We're in on my edge, guys. We have to play like basically around me.
Yeah, if they
North
take
peeking,
this
north
yellow
peeking,
rock, we're
north
fucked. Okay.
Multiple.
I'm getting body blocks.
Yeah, there's only one spot.
Yeah.
Elevate knocked.
Gat's knocked.
Who needed first aids?
I don't know. I'm medic.
I'm good.
We need to shoot this SLR guy.
Can we get close to nade yellow?
We need to. Elevate can
Elevate's
push
knocked
us.
right now.
Yeah, we need to. I'm running left. Is one on yellow rock for sure?
I'm not sure. There should be.
Yep, nade just came from it. I'm gonna stun. Get you two out. Nade on me.
Tree,
Yeah.
close tree and green.
Heard.
I'm gonna reset
Nade
and
on
heal.
Nade on us.
I'm knocked to nade.
This is a 3 max.
I'm
You guys are all
one
lit.
shot. I need the med.
Left tree.
Can stall with smokes on this edge if you have any more.
I don't.
Your last Halo? Can
Yeah.
prone install here?
Sneak attack.
Nice try.
Ronan Brayman, they had the goals, they had the right idea, they were hoping that the knock from LG onto Elevate was going to be enough, but couldn't quite clear it up. Meanwhile, Mercy freed up to now focus in on what's happening with Fireflies.
Big plays from Mercy and actually taking advantage of that situation. Go for the toesy. He's not going to find the knock. Maybe he can now. Yeah, he will. Raji on top of things there. Sneak attack will get flushed out, though. 12 kills for Mercy as they continue now to climb up the leaderboard.
And that spells a big problem. That's going to make it more complicated for STK, who is so in the hunt. Luckily, there is a big drop-off in between Inco and Mercy. You can see 16 points right now, but the way Mercy's playing, it could go up. Managed to creep up into some of this. Legacy coming alive down to the south. Going to have to approach probably one of the scariest ways to push into this with LG, Sonics, and Friendly Fire all having sightline in.
A gente precisa de knock, guys.
Não tem smoke.
Relaxa, reseta. Zero smoke, todo mundo.
Tem smoke? Não tem smoke, não tem.
Nade.
Tenta dar um knock, velho.
Mano, ela precisa de um knock, urgente, guys, urgente.
Mano, tá smocado, dá pra puxar, vem. Mira pra mim que eu vou encostar, encosto. Vem na mira. Tô tomando direita, mano, tô tomando direita também, velho.
Não dá pra encostar assim, guys. Você atirou muito cedo, viado.
Just down to a solo now. How do you even assault this? You can see the fact that he's got that little ridge, but he's not in the safe zone, and Sonics don't have anything else that they have to even look at other than this last ridge line.
Yeah, just the fact that they lose those kills and they give the kills over to Sonics of all teams. I mean, that's the team that they least wanted to get these. Now Sonic's only 6 points behind them.
Wait, LG has left their compound. They left LG. I mean, they want to make sure that they're playing and controlling this edge.
This is good work from them, making sure that they clean up whatever was left on the north side. I think they know that Mercy is up there. RBN just kind of sit here until the blue forces him to move, and Sonics are already looking over in that direction. Seifu gonna try to save Private Roji. He's got a long run to make, and somehow he makes it without getting shot at. I don't understand.
Yeah, but he's about to have to look up and pull the pistol on the tank as LG and Friendly Fire both got vision in, and he wants it. He wants it. It's like, no, we're going down together, boy. Either you get up and we get meds up, or that's going to be all she wrote. Legacy does get eliminated, and yep, sticks it, man.
There you go. And actually got to point out, Legacy not giving that kill over to Sonics, so that's a heads up play on their part. Sonics, meanwhile, looks like LG might be starting to look down in this direction. They couldn't do anything about the duo from Mercy, but now that circle pops, LG might reposition this. So they got to put themselves in a place where they can be safe from Friendly Fire, though. That's the issue. Friendly Fire is just controlling everything in this circle from that compound.
Yeah, you can see once you make the hillside climb, just in front of Sonics, just to the north of them, in that Friendly Fire direction, is going to be where the circle's at. And it is just Friendly Fire sight lines for days up there. Rello in a sneaky angle, trying to make sure that Sonics doesn't encroach over here. 3 teams pretty much stacked up on top of each other, Poro. And using this opportunity, Roth moving up, getting control over the north, and getting a crate as well. Ooh, this is going to be
why not?
Scary.
The rich get richer. When you're in first place, you can make plays to go get crates, Roth.
True.
That's how it works out. But looks like you'll find. Couldn't really see what that was through the red smoke. But Sonic's actually going to try to hop in the vehicle and make a move to a rock using actually pretty nice little. Actually, that's a shack. Nice little smoke wall that they laid down.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as clean of a smoke wall as you'll see.
Utility saves lives right there, as that was essentially a dead Sonic squad. H1 now going to have to figure out if he can make that same path. Luckily, LG is kind of eyeing more into the north and what's going on with Mercy, who did full reset, get their meds back up, and are now inside the circle.
Man, that just shows you how good of a position Friendly Fire is in right now. They take a knock, but nobody is in and can do anything about it, really. They can't. They don't have to worry about getting pressured or pushed or anything. So Sonics will set up their little fort right here. H1 gonna have to pull back a little bit. This Snaker's landing some nice little shots. Seifu and Raji, they've got the hard cover. They've got the shield. But well, let's take a listen into Luminosity and see how they want to play this late game.
You guys have 20 HP. You guys have 20 HP on the right. I'm fine.
Really knocked
one's on blue. They're
We need to
orange
go,
waypoint. Yeah, they're on orange waypoint.
I'm just driving.
I can't go anywhere now.
Into them?
I'm going to the rock guy.
Run over the shield. Run over the shield, Jake. Run over the shield.
Go on the rock, guy. Go on the rock.
Knock shield. Knock shield. Knock shield. Knock shield.
Last one on rock. Jake, peek the rock.
I'm knocked apart, bro.
I have to heal.
Last one on rock.
Seifu!
Oh, Friendly Fire sees this.
Fuck, bro.
What? Mercy! They're alive still!
Unbelievable. I mean, there was a limited amount of options that LG had, but boy, as soon as the knocks came through, Friendly Fire, as we said, just there's nothing anybody can do. They have vision over everything, and just like that, now Sonics, they're 3v3. They're fighting for this win. Friendly Fire could get. Is this 2-3 today?
This could be their third for the day. They are just absolutely demolishing everything, setting up a new angle around this. All circle control has now just dominantly under control of Friendly Fire. It's going to be Roth on one side of it, Paige kind of dancing in the middle, Pixel's going to be playing over to the north, and that Pixel position is where Sonics knows that Friendly Fire has been playing from. Do they expect this reposition? They keep eyeing that direction, but I mean, even if they expect it,
they expect
what do you do?
They're looking over there. If you've played any games against Friendly Fire, and you end up in the late game, and you're not expecting a huge flank from Roth, then you haven't been paying attention. Roth is the flank man. He flanks every single time. He will he'll find a way. And you can see Sonics, they're looking over that area. H-Win especially, he's smart. He knows to expect that. He is looking over in that direction, but they haven't been able to spot him out just yet. Roth playing it real quiet.
This is just so nerve-wracking of an approach to have to contend with, too. I mean, all the pressure is on Sonics. They're right on the edge of the zone. They don't really have to move a lot yet, but Paige already has center dot control. That's really what we're talking about and where this is going to be going. Sonic's going to have to walk pretty blind up this hillside, and it looks like they might be eyeing more into that northern area, and Roth already kind of smelling out as well. Look, laying down. He's got it. He can just unload the moment that they step up.
Backpack off.
This is so scary.
He knows exactly what he's doing. The only issue for Friendly Fire is that they are very split up. So if Sonics just finds somebody is slipping a little bit and they end up
dynamite
caught out, they're not going to get res. It looks like they had an idea. Man, that was some coordinated grenading there from Sonics. Yeah. They're going to send it over towards the smoke cloud. Roth going to open up. He's going to find two immediately. Can he get all three? Oh, he runs out of ammo. Sage Squid will find him, but it won't matter. Friendly Fire gets another win with 9 kills.
My God, Friendly Fire. Everybody with me. Jump on the Friendly Fire fandom. It's going to be going places the way they're playing right now. But let's not forget about Mercy, man. Mercy, 14 kills, massive showing from them. That is, I love those types of games, man. Like, there's something about the Badlands over there next to Stolber. It's still so fulfilling every time.
It's absolutely wild. You know what? You could know it's coming from Roth. You could expect it. But there's not really much you can do about it. Like, he played that so well. And the fact that, I mean, he had the perfect gun for it. The second he saw two of them running up together, he didn't even, you're not even spray transferring at that point. You're just continuing the spray. Like, it's just, that was obscene. Oh, well. What are you going to do, Sonics?
Like, the moment Sonics walked in the sight line, it was just 1-2 down. And then, okay, it's damage control 1v3 GG kind of situation. I mean, so good.
I kind of think that Sonics might have still gotten enough points off of that game to pass LG, to pass L Legacy, though. We'll have to see what the leaderboard looks like, but if that has happened, then that is going to make things even more spicy. Going to have to keep track of what those PGC points are looking like.
Yeah, I mean, it is just so crazy all over there. I mean, I know a lot of people might have a new favorite team, but don't forget about your favorite New State mobile map is back with a massive update in and of itself. Make sure you go and check out the new updated Akinta map live now. We'll show you a quick sample of what's going on with that and get you prepped up for the last game of the series.
Akinta. there from Sonics. They're going to send it over towards the smoke cloud. Raw going to open up. He's going to find 2 immediately. Can he get all 3? Oh, he runs out of ammo. H-Win will find him, but it won't matter. Friendly Fire gets another win with 9.
Welcome back. Friendly Fire makes another move, gets themselves the 5th chicken dinner of the weekend. 6th win if you want to count the last one, technically, where they didn't get the chicken, but they still got the kills. These guys are on fire. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed, Cameron, and Mustache Dave, and I'll remind all of you at home watching or wherever you are that after the next game, we're going to come back from the break, and I'm going to be giving away some G-Coin. So if you want to open your in-game client, get ready to do that. We are 1 game away from some G-Coin for you guys hanging out. We appreciate you being here with us. All right. There's so much. Okay, we're going to talk about it all, but first, let's just get the highlights out of the way. Gentlemen,
Steve. Take highlights. Highlights. I'm
excited about this.
This was a game, Cameron.
Yeah, I don't even know how it happened, but I blinked, they came back and getting some water, and then it was Luminosity and Friendly Fire with like center positions in the circle. A lot of teams had to fight to try and get in from the outskirts, as is what usually happens on this part of the map. We saw what happened to SDK. Falcons got crashed and decimated, and Friendly Fire just... They got to that position early. They got to the position early. You can't take that away from them. But they also got a whole bunch of kills, as they usually do, when they have such strong positions.
Yeah, and that's kind of just what happens on this circle, right? The east side of Severny, it's very open. You know, teams trying to rotate here early. Mercy dispatched STK early, and then they went and took the fight to Inko as well. And as you said, at the end of it, we had LG, we had Sonics, and then we had Friendly Frickin' Fire, just absolutely on fire. This entire event. Circle 7. Circle 7. Circle 7.
I don't know. Do we have anything to say about this from Luminosity? Their attempt to just send out there?
Let me quote Snakers. Hey, cover me. I'm dead.
I'm gone, yeah.
He's like, Jake, he's right there. He's like, bro, I'm knocked at the car, man. That happened happened a while ago. I don't know where you've been, but
honestly, sounds like me and my friends in college at the bar. Hey, man, we're gonna be. Dude, I'm knocked out by the car right now. All right, let's talk about the match leaderboard. 19 points go the way of Friendly Fire. 19 for Mercy. Hey, it's good to see some signs of life. A little too late, though. 14 kills is nothing to not be excited about. Sonic's Luminosity at 3-4. Legacy continues to slide, and this is what matters. Overall standings right now. Friendly Fire clutching it up by 10. This looks good, Dave, for FF.
Yeah, there it is. And like you said, some of these teams are starting to crank it up a little bit. Might be too late, but they're still climbing up the leaderboards when we're looking at the cash prize. So there's still something to be won there. But Friendly Fire now going to be boosting themselves up in the first place spot over LG. Looking pretty good. One more game to go. Legacy, fellas, Legacy. I'm still worried about them, man. They're so close. They're on the cusp when we're talking PGC points, baby.
Absolutely.
Between Friendly Fire and Luminosity, I don't think it really matters for Legacy who is in first place. And Falcons have just kind of dropped the ball, shoot the kill, drop the ball. So I think they're going to go anyway. Yeah.
I want to make sure we understand this graphic because I know we're not going to be here long. This is if it ended right now. So they have not officially qualified. I don't want anybody freaking out. This is if the game ended with everyone in their current spots. Just to be clear. Go ahead, Cameron. Sorry.
Yeah, no, my whole point is that Legacy did enough work from the first 2 days, Falcons and Shoot to Kill, not enough to bump them out. But it does make me worry about PGC itself. Is this a case of Legacy getting unlucky with their rotations and positions in this game, or is this a case of the pressure getting to them? And we all know that the pressure at PGC is going to be even higher.
Okay, let's talk about another team for a second. I'm going to double back over to Legacy and the other people in the race. This is STK. I need you to tell me, honestly, is it done? Are they out of luck? Is there still a chance?
There's still a chance.
Yeah.
The thing is,
this is not as excited as what earlier.
It's not. The thing is,
there's a chance.
No. But the reason why it's not an exciting answer is because they haven't looked good outside of their one win. But the thing is that the team that is in front of them has probably looked even worse with the Falcons. So there is a chance that STK, the stars align on this next and final round, and Falcons just sort of give it up. I don't remember the point gap between the two of them, but I think with the win earlier today, it shows that STK can deliver. Now, will they be able to make it work when the time comes? That's the big question. Falcons, on the other hand, yet to be convinced that they can ever deliver anything.
Gotcha. So end of the day, they might have a big game, but it would actually be Falcons that maybe left the door open with what they've done today, should they pull this off. Let's talk about Kings of the Weekend. This is what it's about. Who's performed well? What fights are we watching as we go into the last match? What does the race look like? Godspeed, what are you looking for? What race are you into?
Friendly Fire has obviously just been absolutely incredible, but LG as well. I mean, we really haven't talked a lot about LG. Yeah, they've been winning every other game, but I mean, again, the consistency of that team is what gives me them so much hope. Even with the new addition of Mime, they are looking great, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do at PGC because they're obviously going to qualify. So,
okay, so that's race one, basically. This Friendly Fire, LG, two teams who could probably use the 25K. Let's be completely honest, fighting to get that first place spot as well as the obvious ticket to go to the big show. Mustache Dave, what else are you watching?
Yeah, definitely agree with Godspeed. I think Friendly Fire are going to continue to really get that chick in this final game, get that money. But honestly, I'm going to be looking at those teams like around 5th, 6th, Inco, Mercy. Specifically Mercy, the last 2 games, they've been popping off. You know, they've been getting into some fights. They've been winning them. So we're talking about a team that, honestly, in my opinion, has nothing to lose. So I think that's a scary squad because if we are Friendly Fire, if we are Luminosity fighting for that 25K, Mercy might just roll up third-party guys, grenade you to hell, and you know, spoil that 25K dream possibly.
That is true. Cameron?
Guys, I just realized this is the final game, and there are a number of teams that it's impossible for them to qualify. Do we see anyone trying to play Kingmaker between the Falcons and SDK?
I would say you're more likely to see someone playing King Breaker from a team that's like a Sonics that's already going the distance that says, I just don't want this person at PGC with me. But I don't think we have shared drops. There's not a lot of teams in the hunt that would be worth doing that to. Because you really only want to do that if it's somebody who like shares your location or would ruin your rotations or has a vendetta against you. So we'll see. It could happen. It's going to be a wild last game. For those of you at home, I do want to encourage you to keep an eye on what's happening with Legacy. This idea that if Sonics and Inco have good games, they lose their chance to possibly qualify if they can pass them. So they need to stay up there in that top 4. SDK needs to climb into the top 6. Those are the 2 of my favorite things to watch for, as well as the race for first. This is it. Final match of PAS. When this game ends, we will know who is going to PGC to represent the Americas at the biggest show in PUBG history. Let's get it on. Porosaurus and Matchroom, let's do this thing.
Thank you very much, Soffies. And yes, it is down to the wire, Matt. There have been so many opportunities. There have been so many opportunities squandered. And now it's come down to one game. Can the Sonics pass Legacy? Can STK pass whoever I think is in front of them right now? If they go up 1 and Legacy drops, STK is in. If STK comes up with a win in the final game, they might be in. They might pass Falcons. There's so many different scenarios of what could happen, and all in one game. It's going to be so hard to keep track of.
There are so many factors in what we're going to be trying to track for you guys. So pardon if we miss one in the thick of it, because there's just so many stacking things as this has come down to the last game. A slow decline from several of these squads has just opened the gates. I would almost say the floodgates on what could potentially happen here. I mean, even a team like Mercy just popping off inside that last game. I mean, Seifu just destroying people, committing into the craziest reses that we've seen, have bought like a couple of points, a couple of positions. All of these things are about to matter. Who goes out in 15th? Who goes out in 4th? Everything in between is all going to be pivotal.
And Chad, like you said, we are going to do our best to keep track of things in real time, but I will most likely be leaving it to the very end unless it's something extremely obvious, Matt. Right off the bat, I'm gonna tell you, we're seeing the south to the southeast and northwest plane. We got a Millie Island circle off of this plane last time.
It's a very common Millie circle too, just due to the fact of how much military base is on this plane path. It's a scary premise for a couple of these teams. Curious to see if we see any mix-ups or anything, or just leaning into what you know best, because southeastern Millie bases have just been our bag. For not having that many air angles, boy, we've been getting a lot of them.
We sure have. We sure have. Well, at least this time, LG, they're gonna opt for Milta. their standard drop instead of trying to do a South Military Island kind of thing, which only 2 teams landing Millie this time around, Firefly and Mercy. Everybody else just kind of spreading out amongst themselves. No final game shenanigans, it would appear, at least as of right now. And everybody just kind of taking it slow, taking it easy for this last game.
Let's bait it a different direction. Let's go Zarky instead. Come on, sir.
Yeah, right. Why not?
Something fun. Nope.
Well, there you go. There you go. And of all the circles to get, it's the 50-50 circle.
It's which bridge do you want kind of situation, as everybody in this lobby is probably slowly sighing out. What do we do?
So do you go to the island or you stay mainland?
I don't know. I would almost say the bigger thing for you to do is commit into finding an emergency pickup, right? Make sure that you have one of those. If you have to go a little bit later, secure that so that way the 50-50 isn't as scary. And friendly fire, I respect it, man. We don't get to see this section of the map a lot, so thank you.
Yeah, I do love these. And no, you're actually 100% correct. I would not be at all surprised once that first circle is collapsing if we see a number of teams that are getting picked up or in the air, in the process of being in the air for when the circle pops, so they can just immediately drop down. That would be the best decision to make if you're going to do the e pickup route on this one, because like you said, it is a full on 50-50. Check in with Legacy. We're down in Milta.
Oh, so here's where my eyes are drawn to right here, right? This whole Milta situation.
What are you looking at?
The reason why is Legacy needs to do something, anything at all, right? And this is a potential bridge camp if they want to commit into it, but do you commit your destiny on a bridge camp?
I mean, right now you have Sonics that are breathing down your neck, right? 3 points away. And it almost, again, this is a conversation I feel like we have every single time we have these events. I would much rather take my own destiny into my own hands. I would rather go out fighting than to try to play it safe and rely on another team to make a mistake, right? Like it seems like teams play better. Teams, especially like Legacy, the fraggers that are on that team.
Here's my question: is that playing the bridge though? Is taking it into your own hands?
I don't know.
For the circle, or is it playing for a bridge camp? I don't know what the answer to that is.
Given this circle, given the fact that it is 50-50, I think if Legacy has the option to just not maybe necessarily camp the bridge, but stay by the bridge so that if it does go south, they can immediately cross over, or they could do a 2-2 split on both sides of the bridge and just have the bridge covered. That seems like it would be a good play as well, but that does not look to be what they are opting into here. They are instead heading over towards Sharkfin.
I mean, the higher mathematical probability, I think right now still does lean into military base, but it's a narrow margin. And I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing a cluster of squads kind of looking more into this line. This is also a very strong compound that honestly,
this is not a bad
Americas,
play.
We haven't been getting a lot of attention to.
No, the Sharkfin play is not a bad play, especially if they get the boat spawn right there, because they can just hold that down, and then the second it cuts down to military, they immediately take the boat spawn. They've already been able to scout out the other coast, so they should be fine. The other part where this is going to get real weird, Matt, is the the other side of those emergency pickups. How many people are going to be dropping on people and they're not going to be aware? And they're going to catch it at the last minute.
Or you just don't have a choice. That also might be a thing. Like, people might have to be making committed drops into something that they already know is fortified, because the way that this circle lines, there's no way to really get rid of all of the water. So this next circle is going to be smaller than it should be just due to that, no matter what. And then a hard shift, something else like that, man, Lord only knows what we're in the recipe for. We've got Falcons, we've got Aliens that are both pretty close to each other, still just playing right along the coastline. And I'm not surprised by that, right? A lot of people staying on the main island, kind of just crashing into the coast itself, trying to see if maybe they can keep an eye on a boat or something else, just in case. This is This is an IGL's worst nightmare for last game in a series. It's,
I was gonna say you could hear you could smell the burning, the electrical burning from the IGL brains from here. Like there's so many different factors to take into consideration, as you said.
I just don't even know right now. We've got friendly fire. It looks like they're mobilizing a bit more into that northern island line.
Aha!
Yeah.
This is the SDK we wanted to see. This paid off huge for them in the regional qualifier, where they managed to pull off this bridge camp. They know that there's two teams that loot north of them. So doing this bridge camp last time, it paid off. They ended up catching those guys. I don't know. We'll see if those guys go this way or if they learned their lesson. I don't know if 22 knows this or is maybe expecting this.
This is going to be a stack of weird. I also want to point out, we've been seeing some pretty big superstar moments today. Like when we talk about like, this is that moment whenever you need to have like your guy be your guy,
oh, yeah.
you know? And I want to say that's one of the things that we have significantly seen rise up. Like there have been a lot of just hero performances today.
Paige has just been an absolute monster, man. He is transformed.
I mean, even the Roth flank, Seifu doing some crazy stuff.
The Roth flank was disgusting.
Dude, take a pick.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them, to be sure. It looks like those guys are just going to avoid South George altogether this time around. We'll see if they're being kind of. It's slow going, and 22 is still looting up in North George. So we'll see what happens there. LG, meanwhile, coming from Milta, they have that whole eastern side rather of the circle to themselves. Actually, they have a free passage all the way onto the bridge if they choose. Nobody really playing the bridge on the eastern side, at least. Rats and Inko kind of looking at it on the western side.
We're all just waiting for this to close in and figure out where we're going to be going, and the absolute just chaos of what's going to potentially be happening to it. Right now, it does look like if it leans more north in the circle settings,
less chaotic.
Goes to the south, it goes Millie, wheels off, man.
Max chaos.
Yeah.
We're chaos maxing. Exactly. Well, SDK, they're going to give up on their camp. They're going to get on the move once again. Looks like it wasn't going to yield anything anyway. 22, they don't usually take that bridge. I feel like anytime I see them rotate out of North George, they usually take their way out of the western side of the city. So they will avoid that. Those guys also avoiding everything. They're going to be cutting by the western or eastern side of Everest. I'm getting my directions just all confused today. But either way, 3 teams all coming in from that northwestern side of the circle. Very late, but there's a lot of real estate to be found over there just around Pachinki.
Too much hype to be happening for directions right now. All we need to know is where the carnage is going to be going. That's
exactly
the stakes that we've got looking at right now. Our tail end teams, those guys, SDK you're talking about, and 22, all passing by Everest, as you mentioned. But we also do have Just Too Easy, Elevate being much slower inside the rotations. They are around vehicles, so at least Elevate probably going to be making a vehicle rotation of some type, at least to get in the circle. Just Too Easy looks like they're probably going to be waiting this one out, maybe catching themselves an emergency pickup for circle, but I would hope not.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is usually on Erangel we see a lot of pickups, right?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't seen any. I think everybody, as you said, is just holding on to them, saving them for this Circle 2 pop, maybe even Circle 3 pop, depending on how this thing goes.
Because we might not even know which direction the circle is going to go yet, because you know bridge things that can happen. As now we're closing in, Poro. We've got about 7 seconds. STK looks like they're prepping it up. They want to go ahead and catch the airtime now. No surprise on this one, but it is also going to be right as 22 is going to be coming in. Poro, the best of both worlds in the worst of ways.
Worst case scenario for these guys, but best case scenario for us for watching. SDK will get that pickup. They'll be a little bit late on it. Would have liked to have been in the air, but fortunately for them, 22 not getting anywhere near them. And they are
Rats,
on there.
Sonics. They're both trying to cross at the same time.
We already knew Westbridge was a little bit hectic. Rats was doing a little bit of a camp, as he said. They're making their way across. Sonics sees them trailing. Team Falcons have already sent it, and they are already getting lit up. This is, I believe that's Fireflies that are taking shots at him. Inko over there as well. Nobody from Falcons have gone down yet. but they have not. That was a dangerous drop, and that's what STK has to look forward to now.
I do like this though. They tried to find the hill line with the trees inside of it to try to block out some of the last bit of that, because that's where, again, I feel like you're most vulnerable. So Falcons at least getting away with something. Silzen is going to go down, but I don't know if he's resible on that angle. I feel like we're now looking at the, I guess, safety play. Was this the anchor just in case that didn't go well? But now Emmy's nowhere near a path to make it inside the circle. And about to have to deal with what, Zvire, just too easy, elevate.
Oh, it's too safe, Falcons. You got to commit, man. Like, it's rough. We'll see what happens there.
You, Falcons.
Well, DraftKings and Capitan have at least made it over there. I mean, we'll see what he does. Mime and the rest of Luminosity make it across the bridge. As we said, that eastern bridge was wide open, free and clear, so they get whatever they want. I'm curious to see where STK is going to drop here. The smart play would just to be go down to the south. You know, anywhere in the southern side of Military Island will be pretty free, and it looks like that's kind of what they're thinking here. And they are going to get this nice spot. This is free.
Yeah, this is going to be right along that eastern area of military base. Nobody even around them. I mean, you couldn't
not even
have
a
dropped
shot
this
taken at them.
This is just perfect.
Very, very fortunate stuff there for STK, and they'll have a fantastic position for the rest of this game now. Aliens trying to send it towards the boat. DraftKings trying to make that difficult as he sends shots over there, but Aliens have to worry about Elevate on their backside too. Just Too Easy starting to come down there as well. This is not by any means going to be a safe boat play here for Aliens. And now Coda Kid right up over the top, just spraying down, landing the shots, but he's going to get taken down by Vegas. Oh, so close. Oh, he had to pull up just in the nick of time.
The Aliens UFO just trying to cut out of there right now. It's going to be Falcons taking shots on the opposing side. Haven having to jump out. The vehicle's just probably taking all of the brunt of it, and that's why everybody's trying to get out. Yeah, it is on fire. Aliens just taking so much, but what? Inco? Finding that in there. Now Elevate, I guess, coming in to mop this one up. This is just a full-on Area 51 catastrophe.
Oh, Aliens. That was an ill-advised boat play on their part. Now Elevate, they're just gonna hop onto the, oh no, they're gonna hop onto the ferry. The ferry's gonna take them right over to them as they are right in line. And now Just Too Easy, they have those guys right on top of them.
What is even happening over to the north? Yeah, those guys Just Too Easy, still gonna have to continue going. Elevate trying to make something happen. Ragnar taking the shots in, doesn't get the knock. Now he's in some trouble, trying to prep a nade, but nothing really he can go with. I guess just hide back behind the rock for now. And New Circle, no surprise, does go down to Military Base Island. So everything on this peninsula about to pop the F off.
Huge plays from a couple of different teams here. Just Too Easy, those guys. We'll see how that fight plays itself out. As you see Elevate still trying to take those shots at Aliens. Haven will go down to drowning. And yeah, Elevate actually gonna just ditch the ferry and start heading towards the beach, and they are free and clear as far as that's concerned. And keep in mind, look at 22. They took the south ferry path here. They're gonna be eating a lot of blue damage here, but they might end up sneaking up on everybody.
Here's a different storyline. Is nope, it's going to be missed by just 1 second. It looked like Friendly Fire and LG might bump into each other for first place, but it's going to be ships passing in the night as LG abandons the bridge the moment that Friendly Fire starts to make their move across. So, I mean, if you crash into this one, I guess everybody is going to be kind of pathing in that STK line. That's about all you could really do here, right?
That's looking about right, but it's pretty much just LG and Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire could just turn and immediately play the coast, which I think I've seen them do before. Like they just immediately turn down here. They're looking over in that direction to see if it's clear, but looks like they'll stick to the roadside this time.
Yep.
So LG is primed and ready, man. They hear the engines coming. Friendly Fire might be in some trouble here.
Gotta be careful.
Look at Roth though. Roth with the beautiful. Oh, that's a huge play from Roth.
Snakers though looks down into it, does manage to knock Pixel. Now the shot's gonna be coming out from Roth at range, make it hazardous for Snakers, but he's gonna go down. Flood, the rest of Luminosity got to figure out how much they want to commit into this one. Is that pride for first place really going to be worth it? It's more about playing for the later game stages. Alien's going to get eliminated out in the water right now while all of this is going to be going on. Roth, though, with the eye in the sky, Poro, you called it. Look at the vision he's got going in, and Pixel even going to get rest for it.
I mean, the foresight to just pull up to that high ground, even though he's taken a ton of blue damage, and just scout out the next area. That is just 5-head stuff from Roth here. Page sitting kind of light in terms of ammo here. The rest of friendly fire, they will get the res off. They'll get back on to full strength, and they are going to hug that north coast. Vegas is going to run into DraftKings. Immediate knock and immediate flush. Shinboy going down as well. Elevate getting picked apart here by Falcons.
Coastline going to be more hazardous. Most of the other teams that were playing on the main island are going to be going ahead, hopping inside of vehicles, rotating around just too easy, going to be coming into the west. So Elevate doesn't have too much to work up from the coastline, just kind of Chad and Emmy, depending on how that one's going to go. Friendly fire is also going to path just a bit to the north of where Legacy is going to be positioned at. So that could be a spicy fight brewing, as Rats just going to continue to rat down in this position and watch just too easy passing by.
Let's see what happens here. If that fight really pops off, you've got Sonics that are off to the south that could get involved in this and start third partying. Already in vehicles, they're starting to make their way up towards those shots as the circle does square up again. This is looking good for STK, but they gotta get involved in a fight. That's the problem with that particular spot that they're in. It's very safe, but nobody really comes over there. Nobody really opens themselves up to that because they know that there's a team usually playing it. So you don't really find yourself getting a lot of kills out of it.
Sonics just send it across right now. Realize there's the opportunity for kills to be had. Gonna crust into it, and yep, Tiggleton's gonna go ahead and pick up Coda Kid. They can path in and move more to the east and try to gatekeep this. And I think that was the situation. Go ahead, make landfall onto the hill itself, shift over. Here's that Friendly Fire Legacy lineup we were looking at. Keep in mind, Friendly Fire is not inside the new circle, so they are going to have to make some type of rotation, either along the coastline to bump into Elevate or just push brute force through Legacy or LG.
Sonic's just 2 points away from Legacy. STK now 5 points away from Falcons.
Oh my God.
And so much riding on where those teams finish. Here's Friendly Fire now just going to send it right into Falcons. They get 2 into the bottom of the sniper tower. They know that Super VHZ is right above them. They're just waiting for it. VHZ will find Roth. Maybe they didn't know he was in there, as VHZ playing it real sneaky.
No, you don't get to come back up here. Close the door. I'm at least going to force you to have to open it on your approach. Being scary inside of this entire thing. Yeah, Sonic's going to be bumping into Mercy while this is going to be going on. Big fight breaking out from them. Sonic's going to get eliminated. Mercy, please, right now. They are just on a tear.
And Mercy might have just saved Legacy's PGC hopes, as they are down. Emmy still on that north side. No hope of getting over to the mainland. All he can do is sit over here and maybe try to take some pot shots over towards Elevate as he chain heals, but the heals are starting to dry up. Capitan and DraftKings, though, still in zone. They're still in circle. They're fine. Safe. Now, LG has spotted out Legacy.
I respect Emmy's fighting spirit. He was trying to shoot something over here. It was a long ways, but trying to get something. But yep, LG going to crest back into Legacy, and man, Legacy going to get some breathing room with it, but they are right on the edge. Kind of, I mean, they're technically a 3-man, but really a 2-man, because let's be honest, VHG ain't going to get involved in much with all a Friendly Fire on top of it.
Well, they don't have to worry about Sonics anymore, but the threat of Inco is still there. The Inco's still 4-man squad, and they've not gotten involved in any fighting just yet, but they're still full strength, and they've made it over to the island. Falcons, meanwhile, still looking to see if they can spot out those Elevate boys. Emmy just staying alive forever in the blue here, as Rats now will be the next thing on the plate for Mercy, as Seifu will pick up Hello Senpai.
And here's a big problem. Every single time Mercy picks up more kills, they're making a bigger gap between them and Falcons. That's just kind of cementing what's going on over here in the top. So Mercy just coming alive at the worst time for a couple of these teams. Rogi's going to go ahead and line into Finna. Rats just on the back foot having to retreat away, but on the opposing side for this is going to be Inco. That's going to be a bit more aggressive. Psycho coming in off of this one. So it's just getting picked apart. Rats finally do manage to fend up, take down 2 of the members for Mercy, as this firefight over here is just becoming an absolute pivotal moment for everything. Rats get eliminated, but what are Inco going to do? Are they going to push into it, or are they going to wait?
It looks like Psycho wants to step up there, but actually nobody is going to steal away that kill, and maybe Inko not 100% sure about what the situation is on the other side of the mountain. Looks like Iku's still interested, still wants to go up there. Seifu staying alive right now. Raji will get the res onto their fallen team member. So Mercy back up to 3 strong. They have the compound. Inko still spread wide.
Oh my
While
God.
all that was going on, Legacy got crashed by friendly fire, and they're still right on top of each other.
So with all of this, STK, here's what's happening. They're moving into 22, who is moving into Mercy. Inco still collapsing into this one. Zvire Ali being perfectly content with letting all of this happen and being in no way involved in any of it. Legacy, though, going to have to be very careful in this approach. LG going to be to the south of him, and yes, friendly fire just going to be right on the outside, watching this, waiting for anything to go through. But STK, man, how big can you pop off? If you're going to have a game for it right now, all the dominoes are falling in your favor. Spot out 22, goes for the spray into it, and that is going to be Kurt getting the knock onto one.
It's time, Kurt. It's time. Shoot to kill. You got to start coming alive here in the late game. There's only so many kills left to be had, and you need as many as you can get. Another one will be found with the grenade. Now, Posa, the last person up, as he hides around the smoke, will try to throw a return grenade. Does a little bit of damage, but not much, as now STK just wrapping around on the low side. They want to clean up what's left of this fight, get a few more points in their pocket. Posa just surviving in the smoke right now. Is he trying to stick the res? It looks like he might be. And now Mercy actually creeping as well. STK trying to take on 2 fights at once.
3 fights, because now Mime is coming up next to Penta back behind all of this, just to make it even more complicated for them to contend with. Alo now having more and more pressure being applied, at least 1 kill going over as nobody does finally get flushed out. But STK doesn't find the movement that they want, and Mercy managed to shift away from Inco and now collapsing in back behind this, being much more of the moving threat. STK can't find the crest or find the shots that they want, so now trying to figure out, do we try to cover Penta? What do we even do here?
Oh, Adam, as actually Adam, I think that was mine that took shots, or Rello taking shots at Adam. As LG, as you said, the wrap has finally come through. Penta's right on their doorstep, but he doesn't have vision on them. He's got to make his peak with a little bit of support here. He just wants to make sure that his teammates are up. And fortunately, none of them taking any knocks. So Penta just holding the line right now more than anything, just to make sure that LG doesn't try to push any harder than they already are.
This is absolutely nerve-wracking for STK, slowly creeping forward. Mercy picking up the kill on Oppose, and now STK has to move in, while LG has kind of moved into more of a gatekeeping position. Mime has been spotted, so going to at least have some idea on their movement. But Mime's going to spot Purdy as well, and STK now down in this lower section of the trench. Not going to have the easiest rotation options to deal with, as LG's got the high ground and the foreground in front of them.
The only good thing for STK right now is that LG is very split up, spread apart. Zarello, though, this could be a huge... He knows exactly where they are. Does he see Penta?
Yeah.
He does. He doesn't take the shot. There it is. Okay, he gets the knock. Now Penta's down. Adam's down. STK is falling apart before our very eyes. Raji gonna get another knock as well. LG having to pull off just a little bit, as Mercy finally deciding to make the push here. Alo and Purdy Curdy, the last 2 remaining, and the only thing that's keeping them alive is that smoke cloud.
And this is just backs against the wall. They're going to have to fight through 2 different squads. Low ground, disadvantage all over the place. Seifu on one of them, looking down into it. And we know this boy has been popping off on everybody right now. Just looking into STK, trying to get the smokes, trying to get recovered. But STK, I mean, you got Seifu on one hillside. You got Mime holding up in front of you. Flood and Rello on high ground in front. This is just going to have to be the best firefighting that you've managed to do. Luckily, it is going to be also Lucid taking some shots in, but no, shoot to kill, no options. They're going to go down in 8th place.
And that might be all she wrote for shoot to kill here, is Raji still sending shots down into LG. They do find Rello. Mime gonna take shots. He's gonna find Raji. Mime coming alive here in the last game of the day. More shots being sent over towards Lucid, and he's gonna go down. Another nice spray from Seifu. And Inko now starting to come down, as Seifu is just running the table right now. 10 kills for Mercy.
These guys aren't done yet. They're seeing opportunities. They want something to be had. Now just 4 points away from Inko on the overall leaderboard, and Inko's just kind of been letting him do it in front of him, right? These guys are so close to each other. Inko going for a bit more of a passive play. Let's not forget, Ali is still alive, kind of in the thick of everything that's going on over here. Is going to spot out one, take shots, reveal himself, but now that's also going to reveal to Mercy. It's time to go for another flank fight.
Oh boy, there it is, Ali. We'll get spotted up by Ikus. Mercy, they still want pieces of this. Oh, gonna get taken down low. Nice spray from Seifu, gonna find RDS 149. Iku's hiding behind the tree. Seifu holding that angle, just daring him to peek. He peeks. The headshot won't come through just yet. He's gonna try to make the run through the smoke, and it looks like he'll get away with it for now. Iku's staying alive. BL off in the distance, and Seifu again gonna find Iku's as Inko is just getting systematically dismantled by Mercy.
I mean, Seifu is just absolutely on a different level right now, trying to make something happen. Down to 2 life, running up forward, trying to use that tree for cover. Is going to get some support. Lucid is going to go down. Med's going to pop. Bale is very, very low on the opposing side for this one. It is also going to be Fireflies taking some shots in, but no surprise. Seifu picks it up. 13 kills for Mercy right now. They've got to walk forward. I should say he's got to walk forward, and Neron nowhere to go.
And wouldn't you know it, Friendly Fire once again in the top 4. Let's take a listen into them to see how they end this tournament.
Start throwing the smokes right now.
Sharp, you do it.
Whoever had... They're gonna peek this, and they're gonna freak out, and you're gonna fucking kill one, and then we're gonna win the game.
Best times ever.
You have to throw deep ones too, please. All right.
I'm gonna throw a blue zone.
Throw more.
And
Throw
he's
more.
gonna be 1 HP.
No, it's too. You're not, I don't think you can make it though enough.
We have.
It's not too far. Wait. Blue zone is left.
He's in the window. He's in the window. He's in the window.
Is it good, the blue zone?
Let's see.
It's a good line. It's a good line. It's a good line. You shouldn't run. You should crash.
Let's go now. Let's go now.
Double blue zone it. Yeah.
I double blue zone there. Just wait a second. Wait a second.
Let it go. Wait.
You can go on the north side. You can go north side green.
Now. Go. Go.
Go.
He's gonna be out the back.
He's
Crash
walking.
directly in.
He's
You
on-
gotta slow
he's
down.
in the
Stop
yellow.
here. Stop here. Stop here. Stop.
On us. On me.
Nice. Get your flush.
Holding out left.
One more.
On me directly.
Just
Kitchen. You didn't.
in the kitchen, sharp.
He's low.
Just hide, Pixel. Game's over, bro. We won.
Did you flush the guy in Pagoni?
He did. There's only one up there in that building.
There's a solo somewhere. That's a solo over there. No one in blue mark unless they crossed.
Backpack, so. Remove yellow.
Well, you can't help but love those comms, can you?
Yeah.
You want to talk about confidence?
The timing on that was, and then what they were aiming for in the execution was phenomenal. Seifu, though, pretty content on the fact of thanking Friendly Fire for the distraction, as now he's managed to find a pathing into the circle.
6 kills for Firefly so far. It's got to see them show up here in the final game of the day. Maybe they can manage to sneak a win out of this one.
Pixel on one side, Seifu on the other. Not necessarily going to be the easiest wins against 2 solos, though.
Yeah, that's a dangerous sandwich to be in the middle of, honestly. I wouldn't want to be the meat in that sub. But, yeah, Seifu is going to have to move eventually here. Pixel as well. Fortunately for Pixel, nobody is holding him. Actually, nobody is holding anybody from Fireflies. These guys can kind of run around and do whatever they want, really.
Yeah, Pixel's like, wait, how free am I here? Can I get out of the building?
Like I'm pretty sure Xavier is just sitting in a corner waiting for somebody to jump into the window.
I mean, he's probably expecting one of the solos to be with the vehicle, right? And on his compound. So that's why he's playing this so defensive. He also kind of has an assistant angle that he can take back. And so now Pixel can actually make it into this next circle. Seifu shooting at trees just to say, hey, look, you should look over there, guys. So that way I can try to sneak forward another tree or two.
The problem for Pixel, and you heard it from the comms, is that there's just no more util left. They have no more smokes. They used everything they had just to try to get the crossover there. Fortunately for Seifu, looks like that's not a problem for him, so he's just going to go ahead and cross over. Kane somehow, how did he take so much damage? Was that Seifu?
That was Seifu. He's been shooting down into this one, and
good lord,
discouraging.
man.
Again, I don't know, man. Seifu just absolutely going crazy. No, Pixel, he's helping you out, bro. Oh, nope. Let's just go ahead and have the duel over here. Seifu on one side, but Pixel on the other one. Prepped up.
So just daring him to peek.
Blue zone.
No.
Oh, hey.
No,
Kane,
please tell me Seifu doesn't die to blue here. Okay. I was like, if they both die and Firefly get that win, I'm going to be so mad.
Helmets are overrated, Seifu. What are you going to be able to do? He's at the tree. I mean, he's inside the zone.
Now Firefly, they're still not getting a. Come on, Fireflies. Like, dude, it's a 3v1. You can do this.
Benefits for Seifu.
You can leave the house. I swear, it's fine.
Door is safety. This is where we live and we try to survive off of. And what are they throwing? Was that blue zone nade? Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the blue zone nade, a nice grenade. I'm not sure how much util they've got left over, but There it is. Xavier will get it, and that's going to be Firefly with an 8-kill win to close things out. But man, Matt, so much action in that final game, so many storylines written, and so many tickets punched for PGC.
Dude, I don't even want to try to do the math on what happened inside that
I'm not
round.
going to do it.
That's all going to be the desk. We're going to let them have a field day with that one. And it's not like we're trying to hide the score or anything else like that, guys. I just don't know. It was that chaotic.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not trying to do caster math for y'all. Y'all can't make me. I don't care what you say. And I'm sure y'all have done the math yourselves and have been spamming chat with it for the last 10 minutes anyway, so it's fine. But guys, make sure that you stay tuned for Desk. When we come back, we will have an interview with Roth from Friendly Fire to talk about that amazing performance, that light up performance here in these grand finals, sending them, punching their ticket for PGC. I gotta imagine he is just beside himself.
Dude, that is just so absolutely insane to watch what they managed to do today. But let's also not forget about the greatness of what we got going on with KFC before we do. KFC is collaborating with PUBG to feature new KFC locations in Erringale, as well as KFC in-game rewards. Buy a meal online or in the KFC app to snag your in-game PUBG reward. We'll be back after just a word from KFC. This is where we live and try to survive off of. And what are they throwing? Was that Blue Zone 8? Okay.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah, the Blue Zone 8, a nice grenade. I'm not sure how much util they've got left over, but there it is. Xavier will get it, and that's gonna be Firefly.
Welcome back in an interesting twist. Game 5 goes to Fireflies. Lillian Moore says, if you let a firefly go into the night, you may see it again shining bright. And it took the final game, but they got a chance to go out there and see their star in the sky. Good for them.
Yeah.
Does it impact the overall standings? Probably not. But it is very cool that they got it. Now, what I want to give you guys is codes, baby. It's G-Coin time. Get those fingers ready. H8FDD5WRD6ZM. That was a tough one. So get that typed in as fast as you possibly can. H8FDD5WRD6ZM. Good luck. Get them
You've gotten better at this.
All right, this is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. I know you probably already know, but we're going to do this. It's time to reveal your PAS2 America's champion. It is.
Drum roll.
It is.
Woo! Friendly fire.
Pew, pew, pew. Dude, I mean, these guys, they were wild. This roster has taken some time to come together.
Yeah.
Roth told me at the start of this event, I believe we have the right roster. I believe in this team. And man, they did it. They had more chicken dinners than anyone else. They played so gosh darn well. I say, why wait? Let's send Dave right now to talk to the leader of the team, the Champions King himself. It's Roth with Chattin' Chicken.
Yo, Roth, winner, chicken dinner, friendly fire popping off here, man. Roth, we chatted day one. We were talking about how the team was kind of in the hot seat, you know, on the race for PGC. If you don't mind, kind of talk me through the roller coaster that the team has been on this whole year.
I mean, the year started with Corsac and Maji, with me and Sharp. You know, we made some changes. You know, everything happens for a reason. We were able to get Pixel, who I think he's been slept on for so long. And then, you know, getting Paige, man, like taking the time to mesh two regions together. We have different personalities. We have there's a lot of different things about us. But the last couple of weeks that we've been through has built us into what we are now. And to be able to show everyone what we knew we were capable of, like, man, I can't even put into words right now.
No, definitely get it. I mean, it's a big day. It's a big weekend. The team has been grinding, you can tell, man. And I got to ask you, you know, first place, we did have a prize pool here, $25K, if I'm not mistaken. Any plans off the top of your head? You know, anything you want to buy with that check?
No, we're going to Bangkok. We'll buy stuff with the money we get from Bangkok. So,
heck yeah! What $2 million prize pool, I believe, in Bangkok. So yeah, a lot of money on the line there. So I feel like the team really playing on all cylinders, playing out your mind here this weekend. And I'm glad you brought it up because heading to PUBG Global Championship now in Thailand, $2 million prize pool. What's something that you and maybe the team are looking forward to most here next month?
I mean, since this roster's been formed, we've qualified for both events we've had together. We fell 1 point short, and I can't even describe to you the pain that we felt in that moment. But like I just told them before I came here, the pain is nothing to what the joy feels right in this moment. Me personally, I've played for 4 or 5 years. I've never won. This is the first time I've ever won an event. And I told them thank you before I came here because I'm going to try not to get emotional, but for me, like, there's been a lot of ups and downs throughout my career, and to have these group of guys, Sharp just had a kid, the stress he's been through with that moment to try to figure out how to make it all work. I've been with him for 2 years. Pixel and Paige, we had a week and a half of scrims where we not hated each other, but we were mad. And things weren't going right. And we came out and we full mental reset and we dominated. And I can't thank these guys enough. Our coach Gobang, who, sits there and does everything from the bottom of his heart and gives us all of his time to make sure that we are the best people we can be. This team is everything to me, man. And it's outside of my wife and my family. It's the most important thing to me in my life. I cannot wait to go to PGC and try to win a championship.
Hell yeah, I got goosebumps right now, man. Let's go. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat right now, spam those emotes for the boys. They are heading to PGC. Congrats once again. Friendly Fire Roth, thanks, man. I'm looking forward to tuning into that, man. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to send it back to the boys, but GG's once again here this weekend, man. Phenomenal showing from the squad.
Thank you, Dave.
A big deal for him. In fact, normally you have moments of silence when somebody does badly, but I feel almost like having a moment of silence for Roth and the ability to achieve that win. Because you saw it in his heart. He's not won an event. He's been grinding for as long as I can remember. And if there's anyone who's ever been a staple of relentless positivity and a willingness to fight through some pretty challenging things, both team and personal, it's Roth. So to see him have a team take the win in such an insanely powerful way, I think is meaningful to everybody in the PUBG community. So just a round of applause to you, Roth and the boys. You guys stepped up and went the distance. Overall points, 174. Beautiful for them. But Luminosity and then Legacy, Godspeed. These teams are still there, looking good.
Yeah, Legacy obviously started off very strong. They had some kind of slip-up games, but still ending in third place with a phenomenal showing off the back of Gizera, LFP, just amazing stuff. All 4 members of that team popping off. LG, again, just super consistent the whole way through. And then Sonics, you know, they didn't have the greatest start, but we weren't worried about them. They also came through and still finished in top 3, even though they didn't even need to.
All right, here it is. Road to PGC, the official qualifications. Friendly Fire goes through with the golden ticket. Luminosity goes through on PGC points. Sonics qualifies because of PAS2. Then the slide down. Legacy makes it with their total. Team Falcons passes, and Shoot to Kill just barely misses it. I'm going to have to look up exactly how many points Falcons is walking away with because it was very close. That's wild.
305.
305. Okay. So,
Yeah.
but I do think if those spots had swapped, if Shoot to Kill had been able to climb a little bit higher, that might have gone differently. So they are going to be very frustrated with that, Cameron.
Yeah. I mean, that's
unfortunate.
It's just barely enough points that if, what was it at the end? SDK got like 4 more points there. If they weren't trapped in the Valley of Death on Sosnovka, that they really could have pulled it through. But it would be a flaw to focus on just the final round because there were multiple times that SDK just didn't deliver to the expectations that we know they had for themselves, that we have for them, that their fans have for them. So it just didn't come together this week in the same, not even close to the same way that it all happened to come together 2 weekends ago to qualify to get to this position in the first place.
Awesome. Well, it was an incredible event. We've given you your G coin. We've given you your champions. We've given you the 5 people who are going to teams that are going to PGC. And now we've got to give you our final thoughts to wrap up the season of Americas. Let's start out with Mustache Dave. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts, man, real quick. Solid 2 weeks. A lot of good action we saw from PUBG. And shout out to the players, too. I know I'm sliding in them DMs night and day. So thank you to all those players that did respond and, you know, let me sit in on those scrims and just hang out with them. So thank you guys as well on the desk. I know Matra and Poro. Solid 2 weeks here, fellas. It was a great time.
Thank you very much. The Cammy D. Final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really excited for the teams that we're sending to PGC, that Legacy was able to show up in such a huge way. Their day 3 might have been a little underwhelming, but days 1 and 2 give me really high hopes that they're going to deliver on the international stage. We know Luminosity and Sonic's going to be a big threat. And then Friendly Fire, yes, it's great that they won PAS2, but more than that, I'm just really excited to see what they can do globally. I think we're sending a bunch of strong teams this year.
Godspeed, final thoughts?
Just incredibly excited and happy for Friendly Fire. I spent a good amount of time with Roth over the last, couple months, and I really feel like they're going to make a big impact in PGC, so just can't wait.
Awesome. And I do want to give a special shout out to Kavita from Crafton, who's been a big part of our PUBG Esports team for a while now. It's her last event with PUBG Esports, and we're going to miss you dearly. Thank you from all of us, guys. We love that you chose to spend your weekend here. It means the world from myself, from Godspeed, from Cameron, from Mustache Dave, from Matchroom, from Porosaurus, from everyone at Crafted and the entire production team. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And until we see you next time in Bangkok, play more PUBG, y'all.
Speaking of pleasant surprises, this isn't one. LFP is going to get a trade on Santa, 1 down in the flush.
Ooh, Luminosity now crashing into nobody, trying to hold it for 22, but Relo's going to get the knock and going to quickly confirm that. Coming backing away from this one, a little bit too much pressure, but Halasepai gets 2 knocks. Going to try to find a secondary angle as well as confirm the kills. Does he hear the footsteps? He does, and that's going to be Aliens eliminated.
But they are doing a lot of damage here to 2 members. Beal will find Shitboy. Will the trade come in?
Shotgun swinging around the side, still doesn't find it. That's a 2-piece. Very, very low, has to heal on up, but Andrew coming in with the drive-by. Not going to give him a chance, but
that should have been an easy knock. That should have been easy, but it was not at all. Friendly Fire starting to come in for this push. Can he find it? That's going to be an easy, snappy knock for Sharpshot. Just 1 member left. The problem is the smokes, though.
Yeah, and they suspected he's in the shack. But he's actually ran through and past them, prone down, but spotted.
But neither one of them want to stop. I mean, what? There's the shack in front. Aliens trying to go for something. Sense is going to go down. It's just a hard crash, and Kaishin just looking for anything. Just going to knock on a post at least.
Kind of a bit low on HP, and now Mercy actually going to crash onto Inko's position. What a shot from Seifu on the drive-by. The grenade, they got to pass by it. They got to get in there quickly. Clean stuff from Mercy. Grenading there from Sonics. They're going to send it over towards the smoke cloud. Raw going to open up. He's going to find two immediately. This is not by any means going to be a safe boat play here for Aliens. And now Coda Kid right up over the top, just spraying down, landing the shots, but he's going to get taken down by Vegas. Oh, so close.
Say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier.